Chapter 391. To be honest, Yang Chen was definitely on a whim. He controlled the profound spirit furnace and naturally knew that the Black Tiger tranquilization pill had been completed. However, at this moment, he suddenly had a bright mind and he didn't even think about calling out the Nanmingli fire and began the second-grade refining. If he wanted to improve his alchemy level, it was absolutely impossible to just rely on his 10,000 years of experience to refine some low-level dawn. Only by breaking through those high-grade dawn with higher requirements would he be able to improve. Since he wanted to build himself into an alchemy master in this life, and also a senior alchemy master, naturally Yang Chen would not let go of any opportunity. And in front of him was the best opportunity. The Black Tiger tranquilization pill was not a critical medicinal pill, it was just to stabilize the Black Tiger's injury, and it was a transitional medicinal pill that Yang Chen deliberately proposed to increase the difficulty of alchemy in the beast-taming sect. It was not necessary in itself, even if the refining failed, it did not matter. In addition, even if the Black Tiger tranquilization pill was not important, it was also a medicinal pill taken by a master of the Deshang stage. The grade was high enough and the difficulty was high enough. Needless to say, Yang Chen used two kinds of flames and water and fire methods to refine it could be seen. Such a difficult medicinal pill, carrying out the second-grade refining was definitely an excellent opportunity to improve his own alchemy level. There were many records in the Old Lord Pill scripture. Yang Chen chose a refining method that was most suitable for this situation based on his own cultivation base. In Zhu Chintao's view, it was to refine in accordance with the rules. Of course, Zhu Chintao did not understand the superb techniques and skills contained in Yang Chen's seemingly ordinary refining technique, but this did not prevent Zhu Chintao from understanding the difficulty of Yang Chen's second-grade refining. While carefully maintaining himself, and He Lian did not dare to interfere with Yang Chen's state, Zhu Chintao observed Yang Chen's refining process. But what shocked Zhu Chintao again was that he could not understand how Yang Chen was doing it. What was even more uncomfortable was that Yang Chen was extremely serious at the moment and did not dare to speak at all. Even if he had a lot of questions, no one could give him an answer. After watching with fear and anticipation for 2 months, Yang Chen's refining process finally came to an end. With an exceptionally clean and nimble pill gathering technique, the flames immediately disappeared, but the pill still retained that red color. However, on the surface of the pill, there were now 2 exceptionally exquisite pill veins. The basic characteristic of a second revolution Dan was having 2 Dan veins. But even the pill inscriptions were so exquisite that Zhu Chintao's eyes almost wanted to reach out and grab this second transformation Black Tiger tranquility pill. He Lian stared at the beautiful pill in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. "I want to rest for a while." Yang Chen only said such a sentence, then hurriedly put on a posture of 5 hearts facing the sky, threw 2 profound yang fruits into his mouth, closed his eyes and no longer spoke. When he was concocting pills at the first revolution, there seemed to be a lot of patterns, but Yang Chen was still able to divert his attention to speak. When he was in the second revolution, the technique seemed ordinary, but Yang Chen was already so nervous that he couldn't speak. Before he persisted for a year, he didn't feel anything, but in the next 2 months, almost all of Yang Chen's energy was drained. His spiritual power and spiritual awareness were almost consumed to the limit. With Yang Chen's current recovery ability, he was on the verge of collapse. As soon as the profound yang fruit entered the abdomen, it was like a clear spring flowing into the desert, and it was instantly absorbed. Fortunately, this was the fierce sun courtyard, the spiritual power of the feng shui line was sufficient. With the spiritual power of 2 profound yang fruits as a foundation, Yang Chen was finally not in the state of becoming a dried person. However, the recovery of spiritual power was easy, but the recovery of spiritual awareness was not so simple. When the spiritual power was restored by almost half, Yang Chun stopped and began to cultivate the three purities' secret art to restore his spiritual awareness. This was the most serious consumption of spiritual awareness since Yang Chen's foundation. Even Yang Chen, who had reached the level of the early yuanying stage, had become like this. It could be seen that the second-grade refining was troublesome. However, it seems that this is also in line with the principles of cultivation. Although the consumption is severe, under the strong supplement of the three purities' secret art, the restored spiritual awareness seems to be more condensed than before. After a few more times, maybe the three purities' secret art can break through the realm of the third level and he can cultivate the fourth level. Of course, that was in the future. Yang Chun did not expect himself to be able to break through the fourth level in the mortal world for the time being. Now, with the help of killing tens of thousands of immortals and the integration of the will of the immortal beheading stage, he barely upgraded the three purities' secret art to the third level. It was already a fluke. Yang Chun did not feel that the mortal world could give him the opportunity to kill as much as he did on the immortal beheading stage. Yang Chen's rest was a full 10 days. During these 10 days, Zhu Chuntao was simply scratching his ears and cheek. After seeing the second-grade black tiger subduing pill, Zhu Chuntao was even more eager to know what method Yang Chen used in the second-grade refining. Although Zhu Chuntao was also barely a third-grade alchemist master, the third-grade medicinal pill was limited to low-level medicinal pills. High-level medicinal pills were simply impossible, and Yang Chen was able to upgrade the black tiger subduing pill to the second grade. How could Zhu Chuntao not be ecstatic? After waiting for Yang Chen to wake up, he immediately asked impatiently. A series of questions made Yang Chen almost not know which to answer first. What made Yang Chen even more embarrassed was that after he explained a few simple techniques, he found that Zhu Chuntao was frowning deeply. He couldn't understand it. Some things were seen by Yang Chen from experience and some miscellaneous books. Zhu Chuntao did not have this experience and cognition and did not understand at all. Uncle Master, haste makes waste. In the end, Yang Chen could only remind Zhu Chuntao with a bitter smile. But he couldn't say more. If he said more, he estimated that Zhu Chuntao would lose face. On the path of alchemy, I still have a long way to go. Zhu Chuntao was self-aware and sighed. However, after that, he became spirited. It seems that I have to live a little longer to know more. After that, his eyes also showed an unprecedented serious light. At first, Zhu Chuntao only thought that his realm would stop at the gold core stage and it was impossible to advance. Later, after seeing Yang Chen's imperial fire, there was a little hope, but until now, he really established the mentality of seeking victory. This was of great benefit to Zhu Chuntao's nascent soul formation. Give the medicinal pills to the people of the beast-taming sect. Shall we continue? After Zhu Chuntao had a goal, he began to eagerly participate in the refining process of the black tiger subduing pill. He couldn't wait to see more alchemy techniques of Yang Chen. No hurry, Uncle Master. Yang Chen shook his head with a smile and said, Uncle Master can take a break for a while and understand what you have seen during this time. This black tiger subduing pill, I am afraid this disciple has to personally see Senior Black Tiger take it. Chapter 392. Why is that? Zhu Chuntao just asked this question, not waiting for Yang Chen to answer. He had already understood. The effect of the medicinal pill taken by a master of the Deshang stage. Of course, Yang Chen was the most authoritative one. If he was not watching from the side, it was estimated that the people of the beast-taming sect would not dare to let the Black Tiger Senior take the medicinal pill. Well, you go to the beast-taming sect. This old man will retreat for 2 months. Zhu Chuntao waved his hand and made arrangements. When he left, he did not forget to bring He Lian. You come too, seeing that you are skilled in controlling the fire. Are you willing to be this old man's disciple? This was one of the purposes of Yang Chen's alchemy with He Lian, and He Lian was also well aware of it. When she heard Zhu Chuntao's words, He Lian was simply overjoyed and kowtowed to the ground without thinking about it. Master, please accept this disciple's worship. Slow down. Slow down. Yu Qintao's two slow words directly poked He Lian's heart to the bottom of the valley. Was there still a change? Master uncle. Yang Chen couldn't help but call out. He did not understand Yu Qintao's meaning. Hey, when you worship a master, you go to the Qing'an Hall to worship with great fanfare. Why is this old man's disciple so simple kowtowing? Yu Qintao snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and walked out of Yang Chen's small courtyard with his hands on his back. He Lian, come with this master. This old man is the master of the medicinal hall. There must be a grand ceremony. He Lian was overjoyed, glanced at Yang Chen, and suddenly rushed to Yang Chen and kowtowed heavily. She got up with tears and hurriedly followed Yu Qintao's figure and left Yang Chen's small courtyard. The first thing Yang Chen did was of course to visit his master. In just over 4 years, Gao Yu's water attribute cultivation method has reached the advanced realm of the qi refining stage, only one step away from entering the peak of the qi refining stage and reaching the foundation stage. Adding up to only 7 years, she has already achieved such an effect. Although there is a large number of profound yang fruits provided by Yang Chen, it has to be said that Gao Yu is indeed suitable for the cultivation of water attribute cultivation method. Gao Yu also realized this. She no longer doubted Yang Chen's words and just calmly cultivated. Seeing that Yang Chen had come out of seclusion, and after asking about it, she heard that Yang Chen had already refined the second-grade black tiger subduing pill. Gao Yu was also very pleased, and urged Yang Chen to quickly meet the people of the beast taming school. As the representative of the communication between the beast taming school and Chunyang Palace, Fan Shan arrived at Chunyang Palace almost at the beginning of the 4th year after Yang Chen began to refine elixirs, which was 2 months ago. He was afraid that Yang Chen would come out in advance without them knowing, which would cause delays. It seemed that Senior Black Tiger's injuries had worsened during this period of time. Second revolution pill? Fan Shan was almost pleasantly surprised. Yang Chen could take out the second-grade black tiger subduing pill. Obviously, the refining was successful. In this way, doesn't it mean that the control of Senior Black Tiger's injury has a greater certainty? After seeing the medicinal pill, he couldn't help but begin to urge, "Go, go! Elder brother, wait for me to report to the head of the palace." Yang Chen smiled and persuaded Fan Shan. How could he rush to the beast-taming school without telling the head of the palace for such a big event? Don't worry, Senior Black Tiger's injury will not be a big problem. With Yang Chen's guarantee, Fan Shan was also much more relieved. When all the trivial matters were busy, several elders of Chunyang Palace also asked a few questions, and Yang Chen left with Fan Shan. "Brother, you wait here for a moment for your elder brother." After passing the market of Meiqing Mountain and leaving the site of Chunyang Palace, the two flew for half a day and came to a mountain. Fan Shan suddenly let Yang Chen stop. "Elder brother, take back the spirit beast." The spirit beast needed to be cultivated, so Fan Shan kept it in this mountain, so as not to waste the waiting time. Yang Chen nodded. Anyway, Fan Shan would take back the spirit beast for a while, and it didn't matter if he waited for a while. Fan Shan soon disappeared. Yang Chen was bored and found a big tree, sat at the top of the tree, and enjoyed the surrounding scenery. However, just after watching for a while, he frowned. There was actually someone flying on a sword flying towards this side. His eyes met the other side, and his spiritual awareness had already been explored. Within a few breaths, Yang Chen discovered the identity of the person who came. What surprised Yang Chen was that the person who came turned out to be an acquaintance, and he had dealt with him several times before. Qing Wenkai, the Zhedan stage master of Taishanmen, at the beginning, embarrassed Yang Chen on the heaven ladder, causing his realm to fall. Later, he made a bet with Yang Chen in the great trial of demonic arts and was forced to kowtow to Yang Chen and Gao Yu. Qing Wenkai also found the trace of Yang Chen. The flying sword made a dexterous turn and flew to a place not far from Yang Chen, suspended in the air, and stood face to face with Yang Chen. After looking at Yang Chen for a while, he sneered. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you. It turned out to be Senior Cheng. Yang Chen sat on the top of the tree and didn't mean to get up at all. He asked with a smile on his face. Senior is in such a hurry, where are you going? Boy, what are you doing here in the wilderness? Of course, Qing Wenkai would not answer Yang Chen's question, but with a threatening tone, he asked. What this junior is doing here doesn't seem to have anything to do with the senior? Yang Chen still had a smile on his face. In Qing Wenkai's eyes, he almost wanted to punch him in the face. Staring at Yang Chen's smiling face, Qing Wenkai's spiritual awareness had been released quickly. He didn't expect to meet Yang Chen here, but since they met, it was Yang Chen's bad luck. In the wilderness, if there was no one else, this was definitely a good place to kill people. Boy, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Qing Wenkai's spiritual awareness explored for a while and determined that there was no one else in the surrounding 10 miles. He couldn't help but show a grin on his face. Obediently kowtow to this old man and admit your mistake. This old man can let you die a little faster. Kowtow? Admit my mistake? Die a little faster? Yang Chen's face couldn't help but show a stunned look. Looking around, it seemed that his luck was not so good. Don't waste your time. Qing Wenkai looked at Yang Chen contemptuously and said, This old man has looked around, there will be no other people. Yang Chen, there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it, there is no door to hell, and this old man wants you to return the insult you gave this old man 100 times, 1,000 times. You dare to kill me? Yang Chen's face seemed to have a panicked look, as if he was paralyzed with fear, sitting there and unable to get up. This place is beautiful, it is a good place to die. Qing Wenkai laughed, enjoying the panic expression on Yang Chen's face, as if he had drunk the jade nectar. After killing you, I will find a chance to kill your whoremaster, who dared to make this old man kowtow. Humph, it is not that I don't want to repay, but it is not time yet, today your time has come. It seems that this is indeed a good place to die. Hearing Qing Wenkai's words, Yang Chen's expression had instantly turned cold. Chapter 393. When Qing Wenkai was suddenly grabbed by the neck from behind and thrown in front of Yang Chen, the Taishaman Jidan stage master did not understand what was going on. He could not imagine that in this place where there was no human habitation, there would suddenly be a master who could easily catch him. From the beginning to the end, Yang Chen had been sitting at the top of the tree and had not changed his posture. His powerful spiritual awareness had long discovered that when Qing Wenkai's spiritual awareness explored around, Fan Shan had already returned to this side. Although he was only a junior in the foundation stage, Yang Chen was the key to treating the Black Tiger predecessor, and he was taking the Black Tiger pill to the beast-taming sect to heal the Black Tiger predecessor. How could Fan Shan tolerate Qing Wenkai hurting Yang Chen? It was not easy for Fan Shan to establish a harmonious relationship with Yang Chen. How could he let Qing Wenkai destroy it? The relationship between Qing Wenkai and Yang Chen was already known to the whole world. In front of so many seniors and masters, he knelt and kowtowed to Yang Chen and Gao Yu. It was a great shame and humiliation. In such an environment where no one was around, it was inevitable to meet Yang Chen. Unfortunately, Qing Wenkai was unlucky and met Fan Shan. Not to mention his relationship with Senior Black Tiger, even if there was no such thing, Fan Shan would not have any other choice between a fallen old gold core who had a bright future and a junior alchemist at the foundation establishment stage who was like the sun in the middle of the sky. Even if he would offend the Taishaman, Fan Shan would not care. Moreover, Qing Wenkai just said that this was a deep mountain forest, where there were few people and no one passed by. Even if he killed Qing Wenkai, who would know? Yang Chen saw it, but would Yang Chen say it? Just a face-to-face, Cheng Wenkai did not even see who the person behind him was, and he was subdued by Fan Shan, without any accident. I am very curious, Senior Cheng. Yang Chen jumped down from the tree and walked slowly to this side. He stopped in front of Cheng Wenkai and slowly squatted down. Looking at his embarrassed old face, his face was serious and even the title did not change. This is the wilderness, what are you doing here? Despicable! Cheng Wenkai almost cursed out loud. All of a sudden, he went from being in a position where he could dictate the life and death of Yang Chen at any time to this kind of situation. How could he not be angry out of humiliation? What was even more intolerable was that up until now, he still had no idea who had attacked him. Despicable or not, it's not up to you to decide. Yang Chen said with a smile, Senior, you didn't stay in Taishaman to recuperate. Instead, you came to this place. It's strange. Casually estimating the direction in which Cheng Wenkai was coming and guessing where he was going, Yang Chen sneered and said, Senior Cheng, why are you in such a hurry? Are you going to Meiqing Mountain? What's the matter at Chunyang Palace? When Yang Chen said this, he saw Cheng Wenkai's eyes start to wander around randomly. He became even more suspicious. Originally, he only wanted to make a fuss before taking action, but now, he was not in a hurry. Without thinking about it, Yang Ming directly sealed Cheng Wenkai's 5 senses and threw him into the medicine garden. For the time being, he could not deal with him. He had to stabilize the injury of Senior Black Tiger first. From the beginning to the end, Fan Shan did not appear in Cheng Wenkai's field of vision, and Cheng Wenkai's spiritual awareness and cultivation were sealed as soon as he made a move. Cheng Wenkai did not know who did it. Looking at Yang Chen's handling, Fan Shan did not interfere. As for Yang Chen's suggestion to set off immediately, so as not to delay the condition of Senior Black Tiger, Fan Shan certainly agreed. The two acted as if nothing had happened and went straight to Liangyang Mountain where the beast taming school was located. No one knew that Cheng Wenkai had appeared here, and no one knew that he had now fallen into the hands of Yang Chen. There were no traces of fighting, nothing at all. Cheng Wenkai seemed to have suddenly disappeared without a trace. Liangyang Mountain was the back mountain of the beast taming school. Yang Chen, Fan Shan and the beast taming school's sect master stood at the entrance of the cave where the Senior Black Tiger was located. The opposite side was still the Senior Black Tiger who was lying lazily. However, at this moment, in front of the Senior Black Tiger, there was a red medicinal pill suspended. It was the second-grade Black Tiger Calm pill refined by Yang Chen. Second-grade medicinal pill. The Black Tiger looked at the medicinal pill and seemed to be a little surprised. Not only the Black Tiger, in fact, all the people who have seen this medicinal pill were very surprised. This was a medicinal pill for the masters of the Deshang stage, and it was actually the second grade. Everyone looked at Yang Chen, this younger generation junior, with a new perspective. An alchemist who could refine the second-grade Deshang stage medicinal pill was definitely a super delicious cake in everyone's eyes. When the head of the palace in Chunyang Palace saw it, his happy face was about to smile. Yang Chen was so powerful, as long as he reached the Jedon realm, he would definitely be a 4th-grade alchemist master. It must be known that Yang Chen had refined the 3rd-grade foundation building pill more than a decade ago. Now the Deshang stage medicinal pill could be refined into the 2nd grade. The 4th-grade alchemist master was simply like taking something out of his pocket. That was a 4th-grade alchemist master, and he could also refine the 2nd-grade medicinal pill used by the masters of the Deshang stage. Even Deng Ya, the most powerful alchemist master among the cultivators, was not necessarily able to do it. Since then, no one dared to say that there was no alchemist master in Chunyang Palace. Not to mention these people in Fan Shan and the beast taming school. Fan Shan did not hesitate to capture Cheng Wenkai for Yang Chen, instead of killing people directly for him could be seen. He was afraid that he would go too far and violate the meaning of Yang Chen, so he was so cautious. It was a good thing to have a good relationship with a fourth-grade alchemist master. The medicinal pill suspended in the air was swallowed by the black tiger predecessor. He thought that the black tiger would hesitate for a long time, but he didn't expect it to be so straightforward. The black tiger had already taken the medicinal pill, and the Yang Chen trio began to be nervous. Yang Chen was also a little anxious. After all, it was a method he had heard in the spiritual world. He had not practiced it yet. If he failed, it would not look good on his face. Fortunately, one thing was certain, that it would not be harmful if it had no effect. This Yang Chen was still confident. After swallowing the medicinal pill, the black tiger predecessor did not seem to have any special feelings. Even after a long time, it was estimated that it had been about an hour, the black tiger predecessor had always had that lazy look, and it had not changed at all. What was going on? Fan Shan and the sect master of the beast-taming school both cast their suspicious eyes on Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen frowned and secretly pondered. It seemed that it should not be like this? Suddenly, the black tiger that was lying on the ground let out a violent roar. Roar. The sound was earth-shattering. The ears of the three people who were not far away seemed to be blasted by thunder, and their whole heads were buzzing. Chapter 394. The black tiger, who was lying on the ground, suddenly got up. Just the movement of getting up brought along a turbulent wave of spiritual energy, making it hard for people to believe that this was the sickly black tiger from before. Roar. There was another roar. The black tiger predecessor suddenly stretched out his front paw and slammed it in front of him. A small mountain opposite the entrance of the cave exploded into a burst of smoke. Everyone's line of sight had been blocked, but their spiritual awareness could see it clearly. The small mountain was just slammed by the black tiger predecessor, and there was a huge tiger claw gap. It was neat and tidy, as if it was engraved on it. Hee. In the mouth of the black tiger predecessor, there was a burst of cheerful laughter. I thought that I could not do anything in this life. I didn't expect that there would be a day. Fan Shan and the beast-taming sect master were already surprised and happy. This situation almost didn't need the black tiger predecessor to say anything more. It was obvious that the medicinal pill had played a role. Yang Chen, your great kindness to my beast-taming sect will be unforgettable. The voice of the beast-taming sect master trembled. There was one more Deshang stage black tiger predecessor who could make a move. The beast-taming sect's waist could be straighter in the future. How could they not be excited? Although Fan Shan did not speak, his slightly trembling body had already betrayed his feelings at the moment. The two masters of the Yuanying stage, in front of the small cave entrance of the black tiger predecessor, were like epilepsy, trembling one after another, like crazy. What a powerful medicinal pill! The black tiger predecessor finally stopped all his movements and slowly walked in front of Yang Chen, looking down at Yang Chen. Its body was huge. Even if it just stood up, it was much higher than Yang Chen. Everyone could only look up at it. That's because the cultivation base of the predecessor is profound, and the injury has been under control for so many years. Yang Chen smiled slightly, but his mouth did not claim credit. If you drag it on a little longer, even if this younger generation junior has a great ability, I can't do anything. The black tiger's heart was indescribably happy, and he laughed loudly. For hundreds of years, because of the hidden injuries on its body, it did not dare to make a move easily. A master of the Deshang stage was nestled in the mouth of the cave in the back mountain of the beast-taming sect, watching its own cultivation base being consumed little by little, but it still wanted to support the younger generation and slowly wait for death. No one would feel good in their heart. Today, Yang Chen's black tiger tranquil pill actually made its hidden injuries no longer occur. The strength of the pill was unprecedented. Not only was the injury maintained, but there was even a little improvement. In the past, not to mention fighting, lying down every day without moving would cause his primordial spirit to dissipate. Now, although the internal injuries were still there, they were no longer worsening. As long as he didn't fight violently, he wouldn't have to worry about any accidents. The injury had also improved, which was slightly inconsistent with what Yang Chen had said. The only explanation was that the second-grade black tiger calming pill was much stronger than the first-grade medicinal pill. But this also gave the black tiger predecessor more confidence. Since the injury had been maintained, then the next recovery was no longer an extravagant hope. Next, it was the grand reception of Yang Chen by the beast-taming sect master and several elders. All kinds of delicious mountain delicacies were brought up as if they were free. It seemed that if they didn't do this, they couldn't express their gratitude to Yang Chen. Several masters of the Yuanying stage surrounded Yang Chen like stars surrounding the moon. In addition to thanking him, there was no other words. Even when the elders saw that Yang Chen did not have any good spiritual beast, they patted their chests and wanted to give Yang Chen a high-level spiritual pet. Senior, we have already agreed on the reward before. This younger generation junior does not dare to be greedy. Yang Chen politely refused the kindness of the senior. He already had Xiao Tian, and he didn't expect anything else. Moreover, what kind of spiritual pet dared to be called high-level in front of Xiao Tian? This refusal made several seniors of the beast-taming sect look at him in a different light. There were not many young people who were principled and not greedy, especially with a super-high alchemy method. Their future achievements were limitless. Fortunately, Fan Shan and Yang Chen were already familiar with each other. In the future, this would also be a good karma for the beast-taming sect. The news that the Black Tiger predecessor's injury was stable, the beast-taming sect did not dare to publicize it with great fanfare, for fear that some powerful enemies would come to destroy it after knowing it. If they wanted to publicize it, they would wait for Yang Chen to refine the Black Tiger Yuan-raising pill, and the Black Tiger predecessor's injury would be healed, so as not to be coveted. It was better to be safe than sorry. It was not that the beast-taming sect had a powerful enemy, but some sects were not willing to see the beast-taming sect sit so big. When the time came to make trouble, all kinds of means would be used. It was really impossible to prevent, and the beast-taming sect had to be vigilant. This was not the beast-taming sect's guilty conscience. Not to mention the beast-taming sect, when Elder Wu Xiong was refining, he also found a secret place and didn't announce it until the refining was completed. In this world, it was not only mortals who could not bear to see others doing well, it was the same for cultivators. After the Black Tiger predecessor's injury was stabilized, he was no longer willing to stay in the cave. He directly called out, and no one knew where he flew to play. Anyway, until Yang Chen left, he did not return, causing the beast-taming sect master to apologize. Yang Chen did not care much about this anyway. There would be a time to meet. Yang Chen had already seen that the Black Tiger predecessor was not so willing to be grateful. It was estimated that when the time came, in addition to the benefits promised by the beast-taming sect, the Black Tiger predecessor would definitely have other generous rewards. Of course, this was a later story. Let's not talk about it for the time being. The book promised to Yang Chen had already been collected in Yang Chen's Qinkuan bag. It was still Fan Shan, the Yuanying stage predecessor, who was like escorting an important person. He carefully escorted Yang Chen to the Meiqing Mountain Fierce Sun courtyard, and then he left. Originally, almost after returning to the mountain, Yang Chen and Zhu Chentao continued to retreat together, but now there was Cheng Wenkai in the medicine garden. Yang Chen was not so anxious. Instead, he made an appointment with the head of the palace and the head of the law enforcement hall, and invited them to Yang Chen's small courtyard. As soon as he entered the door, Yang Chen strongly requested the head of the palace and Meng Xian to arrange several restrictions. Hearing this request, the head of the palace knew that Yang Chen might have found something great. He quietly arranged the restrictions, then sat quietly, waiting for Yang Chen to speak. Yang Chen did not hide it, and directly told the matter of the arrest of Cheng Wenkai, and at the same time expressed his own doubts. What was the Taishaman's Jedon stage master doing in Meiqing Mountain, a place of humiliation? In particular, Yang Chen later found a refined mask that could change the appearance and temperament at any time, which was even more suspicious. Just because of this, you arrested him? The head of the law enforcement hall, Meng Xian, was a decisive person. When he heard the words, he frowned. It's not right. If you want to kill him, then kill him. Why bother? It's suspicious. The head of the palace did not think so, and directly told Yang Chen, "Get him out, let's have a good interrogation." Chapter 395. When Cheng Wenkai was released, he did not collapse like those who had been sealed by Yang Chen before. First, the time was short, and second, Cheng Wenkai was already a Jedon stage master. Although his cultivation base could not be improved, his state of mind was still there. Compared with the previous poor bugs in the foundation stage, who were dealt with by Yang Chen, at least he could still maintain his state of mind and not collapse. Seeing Yang Chen and the head of the palace, Cheng Wenkai knew that he had fallen into the hands of Chunyang Palace. At the moment, he did not talk much nonsense, and said to the head of the palace, "Give me a good time, the winner is the king, the loser is the thief, this Cheng has nothing to say. Want to die? Easy." The head of the palace did not pay attention at all, but Yang Chen directly took over his words. "Insulting my master, you can't live. However, before you die, this junior wants to know, what are you doing in Meiqing Mountain?" Even in the face of the head of the palace and the head of the law enforcement hall, Yang Chen did not conceal his killing intent for Cheng Wenkai. At this point, the head of the palace and the head of the law enforcement hall had no objection. They all knew the things that Yang Chen had done. They knew what Gao Yu's position was in Yang Chen's mind. If he dared to scold Gao Yu, then Cheng Wenkai was courting death. The two would never stop him. For Yang Chen's interrogation, neither of them said much. What they wanted was the result of Cheng Wenkai's words. Whether Cheng Wenkai was dead or alive, they would not care. Yang Chen had already said that no one knew what was done secretly, so killing people was nothing. Don't be wishful thinking. Since Cheng Wenkai knew that he was going to die, how could he cooperate? This old man is not afraid of death. Will I be afraid of your little kid's threat? As soon as these words came out, the head of the palace and Meng Xian also frowned a little. Yang Chen seemed to have just said too much, so that Cheng Wenkai had no hope. It was estimated that it was impossible to know anything. Very good. Yang Chen nodded expressionlessly. Then, he revealed a smirk that made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. He looked at Cheng Wenkai and said, "This junior likes people like you, Senior Cheng. Originally, this junior planned to seal Senior's 5 senses and go into seclusion with me for 10 years. Senior would eventually come around, but since Senior said so, this junior can only change the method." After saying that, Yang Chen directly took out a small porcelain bottle from his cosmos sack and poured out a pill the size of a longan. It was gray and inconspicuous. He smiled at Cheng Wenkai, then pinched Cheng Wenkai's chin and stuffed the pill into his mouth. He stroked Cheng Wenkai's throat and exerted a bit of force. His spiritual energy was everywhere, and the pill was directly sent down his stomach. Cheng Wenkai kept sneering. Since he already wanted to die, why would he care about torture? Now it was just an unremarkable pill, even more insignificant. If it weren't for Yang Chen pinching his chin and unable to make a sound, he would have already snorted. After feeding Cheng Wenkai the pill, Yang Chen threw him directly to the ground and no longer cared about him. He turned to the head of the palace and began to report the trip to the beast taming sect. Hearing that Black Tiger of the beast taming sect was so strong just by maintaining his injury, the head of the palace was also a little surprised. He couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, Yang Chen was a person of Chunyang Palace. Otherwise, there would be another powerful sect among the cultivators. While they were talking happily, Cheng Wenkai, who was thrown to the ground, couldn't help but groan. Even if his spiritual power was sealed, His cultivation base was restrained, and his whole body could not move. His body over there still made a burst of tremors. It was conceivable what kind of pain Cheng Wenkai was enduring. "What kind of pill is that?" Hall Master Meng of the Law Enforcement Hall was very interested in this. If the Law Enforcement Hall could have more of this, maybe it would be much easier to pry open some mouths in the future. "It's nothing, it's just a pill that makes people itch," Yang Chen said lightly. As he said, Yang Chen had already walked to Cheng Wencai's side. In fact, sometimes, pain is not a big deal. Many people are not afraid of pain. But itch is not the same. It's simply unbearable, isn't it, Senior Cheng? Listening to Yang Chen's words, Meng Xian seemed to feel a little itchy somewhere on his body, and he couldn't help but reach out and scratch it. Cheng Wenkai could only make some anxious groans in his mouth. The muscles on his face could still be controlled, and he kept making faces, trying to relieve the itch on his face. His body couldn't move, but there was still a glimmer of hope, hoping to be able to move a little. "Senior Cheng, not letting you move is for the sake of Senior," Yang Chen said to Cheng Wenkai in a serious manner. "If Senior's hands and feet can move, this younger generation Junior can guarantee with his life that there will not be a piece of good meat left on the Senior's body." As for why there would not be a piece of good meat left, Yang Chen did not explain. Everyone knew that Cheng Wenkai would definitely scratch himself black and blue. "The time is still early, Senior can slowly feel it." Yang Chen smiled. "If this medicinal pill does not take the antidote, the effect can last for a year. This younger generation Junior can be very responsible to Senior Cheng, as long as one more day. If Senior can use the flying sword, you can use the flying sword to pick out the meat on your body." Cheng Wenkai did not say anything, but the palace master and Meng Xian behind him had already taken a breath of cold air. A medicinal pill that could make people cut themselves alive, how vicious was it? "We have plenty of time, we can take it slowly." Yang Chen simply sat down next to Cheng Wenkai, looked down at Cheng Wencai's distorted face, and said slowly, "This medicinal pill of this younger generation Junior has no name for the time being. Senior, you are lucky. You are the first to enjoy the medicinal pill. I don't know what name Senior thinks is appropriate for this medicinal pill. This younger generation Junior has thought of a few, but I think they are not enough. Senior can help this younger generation Junior refer to it." Yang Chen began to stretch out his hand and counted his fingers, almost saying one word at a time: begging to scratch, itch, begging to die, begging to break home, begging to be cut alive. Which does Senior think is appropriate? Every time Yang Chen said a sentence, Cheng Wencai's face changed to a distorted expression. When Yang Chen said these names, Cheng Wenkai seemed to be unable to bear it anymore and moaned loudly. "Give me a happy." Cheng Wen struggled, and his face changed into a few ferocious expressions before he finally managed to say those words. It was not so much said as squeezed from his throat. "Want to die?" Yang Chen sneered. "Rest assured, Senior, you can't live even if you want to. However, it depends on when you want to die. When you figure it out, inform this younger generation Junior. This younger generation Junior will personally send you on your way." "I said it." Cheng Wenkai shouted again. Only by shouting like this, the strange itch near his neck could be slightly relieved. "This younger generation Junior is listening." Yang Chen's face did not have much sympathy and said coldly. Chapter 396. In Cheng Wencai's intermittent narration, Yang Chen and the other two finally understood Cheng Wencai's intention to come here. Because the last time he fell from the Jedon realm, and his lifespan and origin had been greatly consumed, no matter how Cheng Wencai practiced, it was impossible to have great achievements. Being able to return to the Jedon realm was already the limit, and it was impossible to improve. However, he was also a Jedon realm supreme master. Many cultivators with limited qualifications could not reach this realm in their lifetime. Although Taishaman no longer regarded Cheng Wenkai as a key training object, they still had the necessary respect. They also wanted to set an example for other disciples by putting Qing Wenkai in an important position on the surface. The sect would not give up any disciple. Qing Wenkai and Yang Chun and Gao Yu had a big hatred this time. Unless they had to fight to the death, there was no way to ease it. After careful consideration, the sect gave Qing Wenkai a secret mission, that was to carefully draw some disciples of Chunyang Palace, destroy from the inside, and then achieve the purpose of overturning Chunyang Palace. Of course, this plan was long-term and could not be achieved overnight. But even so, Qing Wenkai was like a treasure, and he took the initiative to undertake this task. He was a Jedon Realm Supreme Master, claiming to have received an important task, but in fact, he had become a marginal figure. Qing Wenkai was blinded by hatred and did not know it. Hearing this, Yang Chun and the other two shook their heads with a sneer. This time, in addition to seeing if there was a chance to draw some disciples of Chunyang Palace, there was another important task, which was to retrieve a batch of things that had already been hidden somewhere in Meiqing Mountain. As for what it was, Qing Wenkai did not know. "Where is it?" Meng Xian asked in a deep voice, but his face was already angry. The things that had been hidden in Meiqing Mountain needed Qing Wenkai to retrieve. It could be seen that it was done by people inside Chunyang Palace, who were not suitable to go out. How could there be such a traitor in Chunyang Palace? Meng Xian could not help but be angry. Qing Wenkai did not dare to hide under the itch and directly told the location. It was not far from the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace, which meant that the person who placed the things could not be too far away from the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. After listening to Qing Wenkai's location, Meng Xian was about to go out and investigate it, but he was stopped by Yang Chen in time. "No hurry, Hall Master. Let's listen to what he has to say." Yang Chen stopped Meng Xian for a reason. Meng Xian froze for a moment, then stood there without saying a word, waiting for Yang Chen's next question. He could also see that although Qing Wenkai was forced to say these things, there were some things that he would not say unless asked. "Is there anything special about the hiding place?" Yang Chen, who was beside Qing Wenkai, asked leisurely. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and formed a hand seal. Then, a stream of spiritual power hit Qing Wenkai's body. Qing Wenkai felt a sense of comfort all over his body. It was as if someone had scratched the itch all over his body. It was so comfortable that he couldn't control himself. However, this feeling only lasted for a few breaths of time. Then, the itch became even more unbearable. If he had been enduring it, this itch would be like this, but it was interrupted for a moment. After a moment of comfort, when he endured it again, it felt even more uncomfortable than before. In an instant, Qing Wenkai once again fell into that kind of violent trembling and constant resistance with a ferocious expression. There is a concealment array." Qing Wenkai almost shouted at the top of his lungs, "You have to use my token to go in." Without saying anything, Yang Chen took out Qing Wenkai's Qiankuan bag, rummaged through it and found a token. It was made of metal, and there was an array engraved on the front, but on the back was a seal character token. "There is no ambush?" Yang Chen took the token and looked at it a few times, then directly threw it to Meng Xian. "Just take the token." Qing Wenkai could no longer hold on and said quickly. Meng Xian received the token, looked down at it, nodded to Yang Chen, then removed the restriction and rushed out quickly. The head of the palace sealed the restriction in time and sat there with a very ugly face. "Palace Master, do you want to ask him about the Taishanman's cultivation method?" Yang Chen looked at the ugly face of the head of the palace and couldn't help but ask. Cultivating the cultivation method of other sects is a taboo in the sect. The head of the palace was led away by Yang Chen's words and quickly replied to Yang Chen, "The cultivation method of my Chunyang Palace is not worse than that of other sections. You don't have to think about this." In this regard, Yang Chen disagreed, but he didn't say much. At Qing Wenkai's level, the cultivation method that he could access was limited. There was no need to find trouble with these low-level cultivation methods. Yang Chun, you say, my Chunyang Palace is also a dignified Tao sect. How can there be people who do this kind of deceiving and destroying the ancestors? Meng Xian did not come back, and the head of the palace did not have the intention to interrogate Qing Wenkai. Instead, he talked to Yang Chun. The Taishanmen are now hidden as the leader of the Tao sects. Naturally, there are people who follow the red and white, it is human nature. Yang Chun replied casually, the Taishanmen have never stopped annexing the small sect. In fact, several other big sects are generally the same. Chunyang Palace has the powerful cultivation method and magic weapon left by the ancestors, which is what the Taishanmen need. There were many words that Yang Chun did not say much, but he believed that the head of the palace himself was clear. The ancestor was strong, but now the disciples were not living up to expectations. The most powerful one was only in the Yuanying stage. Such a big piece of fat meat, it would be strange if others did not covet it. There were also disciples who felt that there was no future in the Chunyang Palace. On the contrary, after the merger with the Taishanmen, it was said that they were disciples of the Taishanmen, which was much better than the disciples of the Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace no longer asked anything, just closed his eyes and waited slowly. Yang Chun was also bored and began to turn over Cheng one-size Qiankuan bag to see what could be seen. After a while, Meng Xian quickly rushed back. From here to the outside of the mountain gate, it was not far. With the strength of the Yuanying stage master, Meng Xian quickly went back and forth. After returning, he handed a small Qiankuan bag to the head of the palace without saying a word. This was obviously taken from the place that Qing Wenkai said. There was no mark on it and he couldn't see which sect it was. Opening the Qiankuan bag, the head of the palace was stunned, and then he reached out and took out two things. A porcelain bottle was opened, and there were dozens of medicinal pills inside. Seeing the medicinal pill, Yang Chun could almost be sure without hesitation that it was the qi-seeking pill that He Lian refined for the disciples of the Yishio Villa. The other thing was a jade slip. The head of the palace just scanned it with his spiritual awareness and saw the contents inside. However, this content made the palace master even more angry. What happened in the Pure Yang Palace in the recent days was described in detail, no matter how big or small. Chapter 397. Anger. The head of the palace and the head of the law enforcement hall were unprecedentedly angry. Although these two things were inconspicuous, they had completely sold Chunyang Palace to the Taishanmen. Qi-seeking pills were for those prospective outer sect disciples to help them find the elixir to sense qi. The grade was not high, but it required a unique method of controlling the fire to refine. Because of the qi-seeking pills, the number of Chunyang Palace's prospective outer sect disciples who successfully became outer sect disciples in the past 2 decades had doubled compared to previous years. This was the secret trump card of Chunyang Palace and the foundation of the revitalization of Chunyang Palace. In addition to Yang Chun and He Lian, only the head of the palace, the head of the medicine hall, the head of the law enforcement hall, and a few elders and a few other people knew about the qi-seeking pills. This was the secret of Chunyang Palace. Even these hall masters of the Fierce Sun Hall and the Bright Moon Hall did not know. Yang Chun and He Lian had long been told not to spread it. Even the general manager of Yeshu Villa, who was responsible for giving these medicines to those prospective outer sect disciples, did not know what kind of medicine it was. He only knew that it was sent from above to supplement the body of these prospective outer sect disciples. After taking it, it could reduce the consumption of the disciple when practicing, so every time they practiced, they had to take one, that was all. But now, this porcelain bottle of qi-seeking pills also meant that this secret had been discovered by the guy hiding inside Chunyang Palace, and they didn't even know how to get a bottle. If this was handed over to the Taishanmen and let them study it, they might not know the refining method at first, but they could definitely discover the role of the qi-seeking pills. At that time, if the Taishaman gathered a few big sects and pressed them down in the name of Taoism righteousness, Chunyang Palace would fall into a passive position. Although there would not be any loss because of this qi-seeking pill, and they might even get some benefits because of providing qi-seeking pills, the leading advantage of Chunyang Palace would also be beaten back to its original shape, and everyone would return to the starting line. This kind of secret, naturally, could be kept for a while, but it was betrayed. How could the palace master, who had always taken the revitalization of the Chunyang Palace as his own responsibility, not be furious? The things recorded on the jade slip were even more unbearable. Not only the new movements of the upper level of Chunyang Palace in recent years, but also the changes of the middle level were clearly recorded. Even the newly established Hall of Eccentrics was among them. In particular, it was analyzed that Chunyang Palace might have mastered the trick of turning the monsters into humans. Otherwise, the three monsters of the Hall of Eccentrics would not all be in human form. This was another big secret. The Chunyang Palace had tried many ways to cover it up, but it was recorded so clearly on the jade slip. Although there was no transformation art, it was enough to infuriate people. Yang Chen's movements during this period were also clearly recorded, but it was only recorded until the retreat of alchemy, and there was no follow-up. Presumably, that guy still did not know what elixir Yang Chen and Zhu Chentao were refining. This piece of jade slip fell into the hands of Taishaman. Chunyang Palace was almost like living naked under the surveillance of Taishaman, and there were no secrets. Palace Master, that place has been arranged for a long time. If I don't hold the token, I can only guarantee that I won't die when I go in with my cultivation. Meng Xian waited for the Palace Master to scan the contents of the jade slip, and then said, "The concealment of the formation is very good. It is impossible to find it without a radius of 3 feet over there. That place was originally on the half of a cliff with bare rock. There were neither medicinal materials nor treasures of heaven and earth. Who would go to that place?" What was particularly shocking was that the formation that could trap the Yuanying stage was silently arranged so close to the gate of Chunyang Palace. This was by no means a day's work. At the thought that Taishaman might have begun to move against Chunyang Palace hundreds of years ago, or even earlier, even the head of the palace couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Yang Chen was also very surprised. He thought that the destruction of Chunyang Palace in his previous life was because of him, but he did not expect that Taishaman had started to arrange it many years ago and hid it so deeply. It was scary to think about it. Maybe when he killed the young master at that time, it was simply a huge conspiracy. The arrangement of the barren sand valley. Yang Chen almost had a cold sweat, but he still calmly mentioned the barren sand valley. It must be known that after the exposure of the barren sand valley, all the sects were shocked. Taishaman began to arrange in the territory of the 5 Elements sect hundreds of years ago. The 5 Elements sect was a first-class sect. In contrast, the arrangement in the Chunyang Palace was a piece of cake. The only thing to be thankful for was that the qi-seeking pill did not explain in detail, but only guessed. This could only explain one thing. That was, that or those hidden guys did not know the role of the qi-seeking pill. In this way, at least the people who knew the qi-seeking pill could be ruled out of suspicion. Good. Good. The head of the palace was about to explode, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. The sudden eruption of anger made even Yang Chen feel some pressure. Fortunately, Yang Chen could withstand it, but Cheng Wenkai was not so comfortable. The itch was hard to stop, plus the pressure of the head of the palace. It was like falling into a double hell. "You are too much!" After a loud shout, the head of the palace angrily shouted and ordered, "Meng Xian, according to the things recorded on it, carefully investigate and see who can get access to these things." Yes. Meng Xian bowed and received the order. This was his duty as the law enforcement hall master. When he first got these things, Meng Xian had already been furious once. Even without the command of the palace master, he would pursue it to the end. "This guy Yang Chen, you can deal with him at will." Pointing to Qing Wenkai, the head of the palace did not have any mercy at all. The other party had already inserted the poisonous hand at his own door, and it was only at the entrance of the secret pavilion of the Chunyang Palace. If the head of the palace could protect Qing Wenkai, it would be a ghost. Yes, the palace master. Yang Chen also bowed and promised. Originally, he did not intend to let Qing Wenkai go. With the words of the head of the palace, he was even more unscrupulous. "You can go to alchemy with Hall Master Zhu at ease. You don't have to worry about other things." In the end, the palace master gave another order. At present, the power of Chunyang Palace was still small, and it was impossible to compete with the Taishanmen. At this time, the Black Tiger Yuan pill refined by Yang Chen had a huge effect. With one more ally, the momentum of Chunyang Palace would be stronger. "When you solve the matter of the beast-taming sect, I will allow you to enter the secret pavilion again." The head of the palace was also determined. Yang Chen not only brought allies to the sect, but also discovered such a conspiracy. It was absolutely necessary to reward him, and the reward must not be light. Chapter 398. For whether he could enter the secret pavilion, Yang Chen did not have much interest. For Yang Chen, there was no difference between one more entry and one less entry. Anyway, the pure Yang True Fire that Yang Chen wanted most in the secret pavilion had been obtained by Yang Chen, and he was allowed to keep it for 300 years. In 300 years, Yang Chen definitely had a way to refine and absorb the pure Yang True Fire. Even if he took a step back and Yang Chen couldn't refine it, there was a way to absorb the pure Yang True Fire with the profound spirit furnace. Other things, Yang Chen was not interested. Qing Wenkai, even the head of the palace, did not mean to let him go. In the hands of Yang Chen, it was even more impossible for him to have a chance to survive. Every injustice has a cause, every debt has a debtor. Senior Qing, you have harmed this younger generation junior again and again. This time you insulted the master of this younger generation junior. You can't be kept. Go on your way with peace of mind. In the face of Qing Wenkai, who had collapsed, Yang Chen also did not have any soft-hearted and directly cut off his head with a sword. At the moment when his head left his neck, Qing Wencai's face, which had been decapitated, actually showed a smile of relief, which made people feel even more creepy about Yang Chen's pill. The body of the Zhedan stage master, although sloppily, could also nourish the blood demon vine. Soon, Qing Wenkai became a pile of bones under the roots of the blood demon vine, and there was no Taishanman Qing Wenkai in the world. Soon after, Chunyang Palace broke the news that the 4 turns longevity pill, which had been collected in the secret pavilion of Chunyang Palace, was taken away by a mysterious person when the medicine hall master and Yang Chen took it out for research, and its whereabouts were unknown. Chunyang Palace was furious and began to mobilize people to hunt down the mysterious man. Under the tracking, they accidentally found the hidden maze. After several masters arrived and violently broke the formation, the mysterious man had already disappeared without a trace. Since then, the Taishanmen had no news of Qing Wencai's whereabouts. When the news spread, everyone's consensus was that Qing Wenkai had gone into hiding to cultivate after obtaining the 4 revolutions longevity pill. Even the senior officials of Taishanmen hated Qing Wenkai to the core. Because of this, a hidden stake that had been carefully arranged for hundreds of years near the Chunyang Palace was destroyed. While he was spreading the news, Yang Chen was already preparing to refine the Black Tiger Vitality Pill. The trip to Liangyang Mountain would take about a month. When Yang Chen wasn't around, Zhu Chentao had already accepted He Lian as a disciple with great fanfare. Furthermore, he and He Lian had a summary of the methods used to refine the Black Tiger Pacification Pill. Whether it was Zhu Chentao or He Lian, they both benefited greatly. After greeting their master, Yang Chen and the other 2 gathered at Yang Chen's Ardent Sun courtyard. Next, it would take almost 10 years to refine the Black Tiger Vitality Pill and completely cure the hidden injuries of the Black Tiger predecessor. The process was similar to the process of the last refining of the Black Tiger calming pill. First, Yang Chen refined all the medicinal herbs with the earth core fire, and then Cheng Wen took over. According to the normal way, all the medicinal herbs were refined to a certain extent, the initial solidification pill, and then Yang Chen carried out a fine refining, and finally the pill. Everyone was very familiar with the alchemy process. This time, there were many medicinal materials, including the Black Tiger predecessor's monster core powder, so they couldn't be careless. This was the monster core of a master of the Deshang stage. It took Yang Chen half a year just to refine these monster core powder. Next, Zhu Chuntao once again began the long refining process. Alchemy was not a overnight work. Everyone who practiced alchemy had experience. It was not difficult for Zhu Chuntao to reasonably distribute his physical strength and spirit power. At the beginning, the process was relatively simple. Zhu Chuntao even had the spare energy to tell He Lian about some alchemy skills, as well as the identification and processing of medicinal materials. Especially with the refined medicinal liquid, it was the best sample of medicinal materials. It was clear and logical to talk about it. Yang Chen had a plan. In the process of Zhu Chuntao's refining, Yang Chen would completely merge the earth core fire, and the jade phosphorus fire and ice-cold flame that had been merged before into a new flame. Of course, this was by no means the last flame that Yang Chen wanted. It was just a transitional flame. Yang Chen didn't even bother to name it. He just called it the compound fire. Yang Chen's goal was to fuse a large number of flames, especially the Sun True Fire, Moon True Fire, plus the pure Yang True Fire and the pure Yin True Fire that may be found, and finally become one of the most powerful flames, the Yin-Yang Heaven Burning Fire, or the Yin-Yang Heaven Burning Fire. This goal was still very far away. At present, Yang Chen could only integrate these low-level flames first, and even the Sun True Fire could not be easily touched. He could only wait until after the solidifying Dan and enter the realm of the Jedan Stage Master, and then he would have the idea of the Sun True Fire and Moon True Fire. Before the fusion, Yang Chen, of course, would first take care of his spiritual pet Xiao Tian. The spirit beast bag bought in the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion was too low-level. Yang Chen directly put Xiao Tian in the bottle medicine garden. Naturally, with the monster race's beast controlling secret art, Yang Chen did not forget to complete the initial communication with Xiao Tian. Putting it in the medicine garden was to let it swallow the elixir freely. Except for the blood phantom vine that couldn't be moved at will, as long as Xiao Tian was willing, it could swallow whatever it wanted. What surprised Yang Chen was that Xiao Tian just ate a few profound yang fruits and never touched those elixirs again. Unless it was hungry, it would eat a profound yang fruit. Whether it was a millennium ginseng or something else, Xiao Tian didn't even look at it. Even if he threw the spirit stone to Xiao Tian was also dismissive. In this regard, Yang Chen had no good way to deal with it. There was no memory of how to feed Xiao Tian in his mind. It seemed that he could only go to the spiritual world and ask those seniors for advice. However, when he opened the medicine garden this time, Yang Chen saw a very unexpected scene. Xiao Tian, this grayish-white puppy, actually had a flying sword in its mouth, and was very happy to jump around in the medicine garden. In the medicine garden, where did the flying sword come from? Yang Chen was also very surprised, but soon understood that this was the Qiankuan bag that was thrown in when he dealt with Cheng Wenkai. He didn't know how it was discovered by Xiao Tian, and he was having a good time playing with it. Thinking of the origin of Xiao Tian, Yang Chen was also relieved. It seemed that such a spirit beast needed an extraordinary way to cultivate. He simply threw the thousands of flying swords that he had plundered into the medicine garden. Xiao Tian seemed to know the goods very well. These flying swords that had been refined by the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art and the universe treasure raising secret art attracted all its attention, and it happily rushed toward the flying sword in front of it. However, in the end, he still did not dare to touch those high-level ones. He just chose one that seemed to be the lowest level and slowly licked it. Chapter 399. Looking at this scene, Yang Chen also had some foundation in his heart, knowing how to cultivate this puppy-like spirit beast. At the same time of ecstasy in his heart, he also began to look forward to it. When Xiao Tian grew up, what kind of strong performance would it have? Next, Yang Chen gave He Lian a little pointers, and at the same time, Yang Chen began to fuse the 3 kinds of fourth fire flames. The fusion of multiple flames was more difficult, but this was not an insurmountable peak for Yang Chen. It just took time and patience. He Lian carefully looked after her master while holding a lot of jade slips and began to study them. Zhu Qintao's requirements for her were not high. He just wanted her to be familiar with most of the known medicinal materials, know how to identify, how to deal with them, and how effective they were. This was not the kind of entry-level learning in Yeshu Villa, but a real systematic study of the basic knowledge of alchemy. In addition to this, it was to practice the way of controlling the fire. At this point, Zhu Qintao was very lazy, and directly let He Lian ask Yang Chen for advice. According to the method of Yang Chen's guidance, He Lian began to try to simulate everything with the flame, but she was also very focused. Zhu Qintao was the same this time, refining this level of medicinal pill, let Zhu Qintao broaden his horizons, and his thinking was also greatly opened up. Although he was currently using the most basic refining method, Zhu Qintao still comprehended many extraordinary things from this most ordinary method. Time passed in such a calm and busy manner. The 3 people who were immersed in their own busyness did not seem to feel the passage of time. Every once in a while, He Lian would take a break from her own practice to help her master divide the required amount of medicinal ingredients and throw them into the alchemy furnace. She would also slowly learn from her master's refining technique. The fire attribute emanating from Yang Chen's body was getting stronger and stronger. When He Lian served Yang Chen before, she only knew that Yang Chen himself was very magical, but the attributes of his body were balanced with the 5 elements, which was unpredictable. Now he was completely a cultivator of the fire attribute, and the strength of the flame was unprecedented, and there was even a feeling of being out of control. This was not an illusion, but He Lian's real feeling. Not to mention He Lian, even Zhu Qintao would feel the same way. The fusion of the 3 flames brought not only the power of the flames, but the most direct impact was that the fire attribute's spiritual power would be very violent. The fusion of flames was a very dangerous thing for others. The degree of danger was like forcefully mixing several types of explosives together and using a sledgehammer to continuously pound them. If one was not careful, they would explode. It was normal for others to feel that the flames on Yang Chen's body were a little out of control. After a period of time, the raging flames seemed to be under control, and the heat on Yang Chen's body also subsided a lot. He Lian, who had been worried all this while, finally felt at ease. She was no longer as worried as before. After letting out a long breath, Yang Chen finally stopped cultivating and woke up. The fusion of the 3 flames took Yang Chen a lot of time to coordinate and suppress, and he finally succeeded. This fusion brought great benefits to Yang Chen. The 4th fire spiritual power, as expected, directly rose to the level of the 7th level of the foundation stage, which was equivalent to stepping into the level of the late stage of the foundation stage. Because of the improvement of the 4th fire spiritual power, it also led to the indirect supplement of the 3rd fire spiritual power. The 3rd fire spiritual power also broke through the 4th level of the foundation stage and entered the level of the 5th level of the foundation stage. The other spiritual powers also improved, and finally broke through the threshold of the 3rd level of the foundation stage. All of them entered the 4th level of the foundation stage, and collectively entered the middle stage of the foundation stage. Now looking at Yang Chen, he was completely a pure fire attribute cultivator. Compared with other spiritual powers, the 4th fire spiritual power, which was 3 small levels higher, suppressed all the other spiritual powers of Yang Chen, outshining all the other spiritual powers. How long has it been? He Lian, who was next to him, came to greet him, and Yang Chen asked casually. 5 years, senior apprentice brother. He Lian replied respectfully. Although the title had been changed to senior apprentice brother, her attitude was still so respectful. 5 years. Yang Chen was also a little surprised. He knew that the fusion of the third flame would be very time-consuming, but he did not expect it to take such a long time. He didn't know what the situation outside was now, whether his master had already reached the water attribute foundation stage, and how the matter of Shi Shanshan was handled by the head of the palace. However, these thoughts only flashed in Yang Chen's mind. Speaking of it, in He Lian's eyes, Yang Chen was a lazy person. She had never seen him meditating day and night. Every day he just did a fixed cycle of cultivation, and then read some miscellaneous books or do some surprising things. This time, Yang Chen meditated for 5 years at a time, which was simply unprecedented. However, He Lian had already reached the foundation stage, and of course, she could vaguely guess Yang Chen's current cultivation base. In just a short period of 20 years, Yang Chen had already entered the realm of the late foundation stage. This was no longer a leap forward, it could even be said that he was riding a rocket. For a long time, Yang Chen's cultivation base had been hovering in the early stage of the foundation stage. It could be said that in the 10 years of alchemy, Yang Chen had directly promoted from the early stage of the foundation stage to the late stage of the foundation stage, which was very surprising. He Lian and Yang Chen had been together for a long time, and she also knew Yang Chen's temperament, so she was very puzzled and asked. Yang Chen did not blame He Lian, but explained to her that he had absorbed several kinds of flames, so the spiritual power had improved, and there were no other reasons. Moreover, this method of greatly improving the cultivation base was not advocated to be used easily, and after using it, it would take a long time to consolidate the cultivation base, otherwise the gains would not make up for the losses. This was a fact, even if it was Yang Chen. After explaining this to He Lian, he still carefully restored the previous way of doing a circle every day to slowly consolidate the current realm. At the same time, he was also waiting for the end of Zhu Chintao's early refining. Because there was Shao Tian in the medicine garden, so far, it could only hold the lowest level flying sword and lick in the medicine garden. Yang Chen was not in a hurry. On the contrary, in addition to reading the books sent by the beast-taming sect and guiding He Lian on weekdays, he began to use several kinds of secret arts to sacrificially refine his own flying sword. He believed that when Shao Tian became stronger and stronger, he would eventually like the advanced flying sword. Looking at the posture of Shao Tian holding a flying sword and licking, Yang Chen also decided that after the completion of this alchemy, he would go to find the drop of blood essence of the howling celestial dog and let Shao Tian make up for it. In the very leisurely waiting of Yang Chen, Zhu Chintao finally completed the initial refining of the Black Tiger Soul Nourishing Pill and began to transfer the medicinal liquid that was about to become a pill to Yang Chen's profound spirit furnace again. Chapter 400. The Black Tiger Yuan Nourishing Pill was more advanced and more difficult than the Black Tiger Calm Pill, and Yang Chen's attitude was much more serious than last time. In the eyes of Zhu Chintao, it was already comparable to the drive of Yang Chen when he was refining the Black Tiger Yuan Nourishing Pill in the 2nd grade. This time, Yang Chen did not use the dazzling fire control method of the last time to alchemy, but honestly, like Zhu Chintao, he used the most basic fire control technique to carry out. But the more this was the case, the more Zhu Chintao looked at it. Since the last time he refined the Black Tiger Calm Pill, Yang Chen's unconventional alchemy method had already made him have a vague feeling, as if he had vaguely seen the door to the Yuanying stage. Now watching Yang Chen use the most basic method, Zhu Chintao's heart seemed to be stirred by something, and he was suddenly enlightened. No matter what method was used, some things were unchanged, and the most basic things were the most solid wherever they were placed. He used to think that he couldn't form his yuanying stage because his technique was not skillful enough and not advanced enough. Now he discovered that this was not the case at all. For a while, Zhu Chintao was suddenly enlightened and stared at Yang Chen's refining technique for a whole year. Suddenly, he laughed and sighed, "I understand." Then, he sat on the ground, his 5 hearts facing the sky. He put on a cultivation posture and went into meditation. He Lian's face was puzzled. She didn't know what her master understood, but she still did her part honestly and did not dare to slack off. Fortunately, there was enough spirit power here, and there was no need to supplement it with spirit stones. It was not a problem for the masters below the Deshang stage to meditate for a long time. He Lian was not worried about her master's safety. Zhu Chintao's meditation also lasted for several years. In the 3.5 years after he entered the meditative state, Yang Chen had completed the refining process of the Black Tiger Yuan nourishing pill and began to collect the pill. The spiritual power in the pill furnace was turbulent, and Zhu Chintao, who was meditating, suddenly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yang Chen collecting the pill. He hurriedly took a step forward and looked at it carefully. The technique of the Laojun pill scripture was really overkill to use in the mortal world. At the same time, it also gave Yang Chen incomparable confidence. He had been very careful during the long refining process, so he didn't have to worry about failure at the last step. The medicinal liquid in the profound spirit furnace began to rotate wildly with the gestures of Yang Chen, and slowly changed from liquid to solid. First, it condensed into a messy ball. Then, it slowly rotated and became round. The rough parts on the surface disappeared bit by bit, as if there was an invisible hand controlling the pill and carefully sculpting it. Finally, in Yang Chen's final clenching of his fist, a round medicinal pill was instantly formed. There was a vivid and lifelike black tiger pill mark on the pill, as if it had been carved by an exquisite craftsman. It faced the sky and roared. Although there was no sound, it made people feel as if they were listening to the roar of a tiger. The moment the pill was formed, Zhu Chintao's body emitted a dazzling glow. Then, Yang Chen noticed that something was wrong with his surroundings. No! Even if it was Yang Chen, he couldn't help but be surprised. Zhu Chintao's posture at the moment was clearly a precursor to forming his nascent soul. After this stage, the thunder tribulation would come immediately. As long as he survived the thunder tribulation, he would be a proper yuanying stage master. He Lian, leave immediately. Yang Chen ordered He Lian, and then shouted into the air, Senior Gui, release the restriction. As he shouted, his hand quickly put the pill that had been formed into a small jade bottle. This was the result of almost 10 years of hard work. It couldn't be destroyed by Zhu Chintao's thunder tribulation. The profound spirit furnace was put away one by one. Zhu Chintao had already begun to form his nascent soul, and his body was overflowing with spiritual power. Yang Chen couldn't stay here anymore and quickly rushed out. Everyone in the fierce sun courtyard had already noticed that things were not good and ran out to check. Although the scope of influence of forming his nascent soul would not be very large, it was enough to cover the entire fierce sun courtyard. Everyone retreat as far as possible, don't affect Hall Master Zhu's nascent soul. Everyone was in a mess, Yang Chen yelled and let everyone understand what was going on. Soon, everyone withdrew from the fierce sun courtyard under the command of Yang Chen. To be able to exchange for a yuanying stage master, not to mention a fierce sun courtyard, even if it was 10 fierce sun courtyards, Yang Chen would be willing. Anyway, it was just some houses, and it would not damage the underground spiritual vein. Yang Chen was not afraid of someone making trouble. With the body of the old tree demon, few people could make trouble here. He just used his spiritual awareness to explore the changes in Zhu Chintao's spiritual power and secretly estimated Zhu Chintao's state at the moment. After a while, the head of the palace and several elders who were not in retreat all rushed here. When they saw Yang Chen, they just asked if the medicinal pill was refined. After Yang Chen nodded, the attention of the palace master was focused on Zhu Chuntao. No matter how much foreign aid there was, it was not as solid as having a Yuanying stage master. The sky suddenly darkened, and the sky began to be covered with black clouds, getting thicker and thicker, and from time to time, there was a flash of thunder. Everyone looked at this scene, but they were all nervous. This was the tribulation cloud of the thunder tribulation, indicating that Zhu Chuntao had successfully formed his nascent soul and was only waiting for the thunder tribulation to come. The rotating tribulation cloud changed into a spiral shape in the air, and then a thunder light hit straight on the roof of Yang Chen's small courtyard. In just a moment, the house of Yang Chen turned into fragments, revealing the figure of Zhu Chuntao sitting inside. Zhu Chuntao, who had been baptized by the thunder light, sat there motionless, but there was a burst of fire on his body, as if he was a burning man. Lightning bolts struck down continuously. 2 bolts, 3 bolts, all the way until the 8th bolt. Zhu Chuntao sat there without the slightest intention of moving. However, before the last bolt of lightning descended, he stood up. The flames on his body suddenly rose up as if a pot of boiling oil had been poured on it. Under the dark shadows, it appeared abnormally bright. Boom, the last thickest thunder light, went straight into Zhu Chuntao's forehead, flashed on Zhu Chuntao for a long time, and then slowly dissipated. The tribulation cloud in the sky also began to fade with the completion of the last thunder tribulation, and eventually disappeared without a trace. Palace Master, Elders. Zhu Chuntao didn't care that his whole body was dark, and he bowed to the several high-level members of the Pure Yang Palace standing around him. Congratulations, Hall Master Zhu. Whether it was the head of the palace, the elders, or other people who saw this scene, at this moment, all said this sentence in unison. The head of the palace almost couldn't close his mouth. His own sect had another Yuanying stage master, and he was also an alchemist master. Was there anything that made him, the head of the palace, happier than this? Chapter 401. The people of the Ardent Sun Courtyard were truly lucky. They were able to calmly cultivate and had the opportunity to witness the thunder tribulation of the Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm. For the disciples who had yet to reach the Nascent Soul Realm, this was simply a lively educational lesson. Was there a better opportunity to observe? As for the Fierce Sun Courtyard that had been destroyed, it was not a problem. When the Fierce Sun Courtyard was built, it was Yang Chen, Gao Yu and several senior brothers who took their own slaves to do it themselves. Now the head of the palace waved his hand and the sect allocated resources to rebuild the Fierce Sun Courtyard, striving to be more spectacular and comfortable than the last time. The elders were happy, the head of the palace was happy, and the other disciples were also happy. The head of the palace was overjoyed. In order to celebrate the success of Zhu Chuntao's Yuanying stage, every disciple, whether it was the inner sect or the outer sect, was given an extra month's salary. When the news came, the Chunyang Palace was in jubilation. Everyone understood the benefits of adding a Yuanying stage master to the sect, especially the Yuanying stage alchemist master. This also meant that in the future, Chunyang Palace would have more and more advanced medicinal pills for the disciples to choose from. Perhaps among the few who were unhappy, Song Xing was the most depressed one. The same peak Jedon stage, the same bottleneck, but Zhu Chuntao followed Yang Chen and quietly entered the Yuanying stage. The hateful thing was that Yang Chen clearly knew how he could cross the bottleneck, but he did not tell him. The huge contrast between the two, how could Song Xing's teeth not itch? Similarly unhappy, there was Liang Xiaoming, the master of the Bright Moon Palace. The same Jidon stage master, the same hall master, even before Zhu Chuntao's retreat for alchemy. His cultivation was not as good as Liang Xiaoming, but Zhu Chuntao became a Yuanying stage master so easily. Even if he retreated for 10 years, he was still lingering in the peak Jedon stage. How could Liang Xiaoming, who had always boasted of his good cultivation, endure this? But in any case, Liang Xiaoming and Song Xing could only bite their teeth and swallow these resentments into their stomach. On the surface, they were still happy to celebrate Zhu Qintao's Yuanying stage success. The senior members of Chunyang Palace, the head of the palace and several elders were well aware of Zhu Qintao's previous situation. They knew that he had no hope of forming his nascent soul, so he studied alchemy. Now that she had followed Yang Chen to refine medicinal pills for more than 10 years, she actually became a Yuanying stage master in one fell swoop, which was simply an unexpected surprise. Counting it, Yang Chen, a disciple of the foundation stage, in these years, it seems that he has brought a master of the Deshang stage, 2 Yuanying stage eccentrics, and a Yuanying stage alchemist to Chunyang Palace. Not to mention, under his influence, Grandmaster Wang Yang's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. It seemed as if everyone around Yang Chen was improving rapidly. Counting Yang Chen's attack, it was far more than that. Taking the Black Tiger Essence nourishing pill that had just been successfully refined, once the Black Tiger predecessor of the beast-taming sect took it and recovered from his injury, Chunyang Palace would have a second-rate sect as an ally for nothing. If Yang Chen was willing to nod, maybe when he could hold the Beauty Fairy Sure back, Chunyang Palace could also get the support of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Strictly speaking, Yang Chen, this disciple, had contributed more than some of the people who were the hall masters. They were not afraid of not knowing the goods, but they were afraid of comparing goods, so that the difference could be seen. While Chunyang Palace was celebrating, the senior members of the beast-taming sect were also in high spirits. They originally thought that it would take 10 years for the alchemy to be successful, but they did not expect that after the fusion of the 3 flames, Yang Chen's cultivation base had greatly increased, and the time for alchemy was also shortened by a year and a half. In just a short period of 8.5 years, they had already been informed that the Black Tiger Essence nourishing pill had been refined. Fan Shan, who received the news, directly rushed to Chunyang Palace with the fastest speed and met Yang Chen. After confirming the good news, he immediately couldn't wait to take Yang Chen to Liangyang Mountain again. He was so anxious that the etiquette seemed to be a little inadequate. However, Fan Shan could not care about it for the time being. Facing the head of the palace, he apologized. Zhu Qintao was rejoicing, waiting for the sect master to personally come to congratulate him. Naturally, the sect master would also personally visit Chunyang Palace to discuss further cooperation matters. In this regard, the head of the palace was not displeased at all. Instead, he urged Yang Chen to hurry on the road. This time, there were no twists and turns on the road. Yang Chen and Fan Shan rushed to Liangyang Mountain all the way. As soon as they arrived at Liangyang Mountain, Fan Shan did not say anything and pulled Yang Chen straight to the back of the mountain, the residence of the Black Tiger predecessor. The Black Tiger predecessor had changed to another place, not the simple cave, but on the basis of the cave, it was directly transformed into a palace in the mountainside. Although it couldn't be said to be luxurious, it was many times better than the bare cave he had been in before. It seemed that after the injury stabilized, the Black Tiger predecessor was no longer so decadent and began to consider some things that had never been considered before. The changes in this cave could be seen. The sect master and several elders of the beast-taming sect had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Yang Chen, they thanked him without saying anything. Regardless of whether this medicinal pill was successful or not, Yang Chen spent 14 years to refine pills for the Black Tiger predecessor, which was worthy of gratitude. As soon as the Black Tiger Essence nourishing pill was taken out, the Black Tiger predecessor felt a taste of flesh and blood. He knew very well that there was its monster core powder in it, so there would be such a feeling. Looking at this round medicinal pill with a beautiful Black Tiger elixir mark on it, the Black Tiger predecessor, for a while, did not mean to take it immediately. His mind was in turmoil, and the painful memories of the hundreds of years of helplessly enduring the attack of the injury and the dissipation of the primordial spirit came back to his heart. After a moment of emotion, the black tiger predecessor swallowed the medicinal pill into his abdomen under the gaze of several senior members of the beast-taming sect. This time, it was not like the last time when there was no reaction at the beginning. As soon as the medicinal pill entered the abdomen, everyone felt a refreshing spiritual power spread quickly. The black tiger predecessor let out a satisfied snort, as if he was enjoying a wonderful process. The black tiger predecessor was indeed enjoying it now. The refreshing spiritual power covered his whole body in a moment. The internal organs that were injured because of the fire tribulation hundreds of years ago were surrounded by a cool feeling. It was as if the fire ashes that had not been extinguished were being extinguished by the spiritual power, and at the same time, it was nourishing his injured parts and slowly recovering. In just a while, the black tiger felt that his injuries were almost half healed, and it was recovering steadily. That kind of comfort from the inside out made it involuntarily lie down on the ground and let out a satisfied groan. Such a situation, in the eyes of several senior members of the beast-taming sect, was simply a surprise and joy. The black tiger predecessor recovered, and the beast-taming sect would no longer be as depressed as before. Chapter 402. This time, Senior Black Tiger took the medicine for 3 days and 3 nights. The people around didn't even need to ask how Senior Black Tiger felt. They could tell what was happening in his body just by looking at his rising pressure. The dissipated primordial spirit was being replenished little by little, which also meant that Yang Chen's medicinal pill was completely effective. On the 4th day, Senior Black Tiger finally stood up. His body, which was dozens of feet long, began to shrink slowly under a comfortable stretch. After a while, it shrank by half. The people present were all experts. The shrinking of Senior Black Tiger's body also meant that his cultivation base had improved. The beast-taming sect's higher-ups were even more overjoyed. Yang Chen's medicinal pill not only cured Senior Black Tiger's injury, but it also improved his cultivation base. It was really effective. Good, I thought I could only close my eyes and wait for death. But now I have such cultivation base improvement. Even Black Tiger himself was grateful to Yang Chen. Fellow Taoist Yang, thank you. If there is anything difficult in the future, just let me know. I will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. He used to call Yang Chen boy, but now he changed it to fellow Taoist Yang. This is Senior's own accumulation, it has nothing to do with Junior. Yang Chen would not push the credit of the treatment, but Yang Chen refused to accept the improvement of cultivation base. If Senior wants to thank someone, thank Senior himself. Yang Chen's words made everyone understand the key to the improvement of Senior Black Tiger's cultivation base. They were all experts, so there was nothing difficult to understand. In the hundreds of years that Senior Black Tiger was injured, he must have tried his best to suppress the injury at the beginning. Over the years, if it were not because of the injury, his cultivation base would never stop or even decline. Now that his injury was healed, the hard work of Senior Black Tiger in the past was not in vain, and it was naturally reflected. Moreover, his previous state of mind was like dead ashes, but now it was thriving. His confidence was different, and his realm had also improved. However, Senior's internal injury has just healed, so it is better not to use spiritual power easily. Saving people to the end, Yang Chen did not forget to remind everyone hundreds of years of accumulation need to be slowly filled up. If it's convenient, it's better to consolidate it for more than 10 years and completely recover. They were all cultivators, so they all knew whether Yang Chen's words were true or not. Yang Chen's consideration for Senior Black Tiger made the people of the beast-taming school even more grateful, and they thanked him profusely. Everyone in the beast-taming sect was happy, but they couldn't help but rejoice. With a mere 20,000 books and an auction qualification and a notorious Hellion Yun, they actually got a Deshang stage Black Tiger predecessor. This business was really good. On that day, the beast-taming school's sect master directly announced the good news. As soon as the news came out, the disciples and friends of the beast taming school suddenly knew that Senior Black Tiger had recovered from his internal injuries and regained the strength of a great ascension stage master. As the sect's strength increased as a disciple, he would be able to straighten his back when he went out to travel. Yang Chen was once again hooked up with a master of the great ascension stage because of alchemy and became famous. In the word of mouth of the cultivators, Yang Chen was now another senior alchemist master after Deng Ya and Zhu Peng. Although he was the one with the lowest cultivation base, no one dared to underestimate him. Not to mention anything else, just talking about his alchemy several times. Elder Wu Xiong's heaven-seizing pill, Elder Hua Wanting's blood phantom vine, Senior Black Tiger's Black Tiger Calm pill and Black Tiger Essence raising pill, all 3 times were related to a master of the Great Ascension stage. Even Deng Ya was not so powerful. Especially when the news came out of Chunyang Palace that Zhu Chuntao, the master of the medicinal hall, had an epiphany in the process of alchemy and successfully formed his nascent soul, becoming another Yuanying stage master of Chunyang Palace. It was even more amazing. Zhu Chintao's reputation was known to many people, and they also knew how his original qualifications were. To say that Zhu Chuntao reached the nascent soul stage by himself, 8 out of 10 people who knew about it did not believe it. But he and Yang Chen have been in seclusion for 14 years, and he actually broke through. Obviously, it had an inseparable relationship with Yang Chen. An alchemist in the foundation stage, one after another for the masters of the Great Ascension stage, and also helped the master of the medicinal hall to improve his realm. What kind of powerful alchemist was this? At this point, no one said that Yang Chen was related to the Xiang family's heaven-seizing pill. Not to mention anything else, could the heaven-seizing pill cure the injury of Senior Black Tiger? Or could it solve the entanglement of the blood phantom vine? Everyone would rather believe that Yang Chen found inspiration in a variety of miscellaneous books or discovered some kind of pill scripture or something. The Xiang family and Helian Yun were executed by Chunyang Palace, and no one said anything about it. Even if it was mentioned, they would laugh at them for being overconfident and greedy. They wanted to covet Yang Chen's own pill recipe, but they provoked Chunyang Palace. They deserved to die. It was not known how many alchemists have begun to learn from Yang Chen, reading a lot of books when they have nothing to do, trying to increase their own knowledge and broaden their own thinking. Unfortunately, they did not have a strong memory like Yang Chen and could not remember too much. Of course, more people began to have a good relationship with Chunyang Palace intentionally or unintentionally. One day, someone would need to ask Yang Chen, the alchemist. It was absolutely necessary to have a good relationship with Chunyang Palace. The disciples of Chunyang Palace, who were outside to gain experience, also clearly found that it seemed that outsiders were polite to the disciples of Chunyang Palace. Thinking of a series of major events in the sect, everyone was surprised and happy. For Yang Chen, they were also grateful to him from the bottom of their heart. When he returned to Chunyang Palace again, Yang Chen was accompanied by the sect master of the beast-taming sect and a predecessor Black Tiger. They followed Yang Chen to Chunyang Palace. One was to express their gratitude to Chunyang Palace, and the other was to discuss further cooperation with Chunyang Palace. When the guests arrived, the master of the palace and the elders were busy receiving them. After Yang Chen retired, he returned directly to the Liang courtyard. This time, he had not seen his master for more than 10 years. The last time Zhu Chuntao crossed his tribulation, he only took a glance. His master Gao Yu was immersed in observing Zhu Chintao's tribulation, so Yang Chen did not disturb her. Now Yang Chen could not wait to talk with his master for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. The Liang courtyard, which was damaged by Zhu Chintao's tribulation, had been repaired during the time when Yang Chen was away, and it was more imposing than before. The sect made efforts to directly build a magnificent building, and even the layout had changed. Yang Chen had to find Shanghai Feng first to know the location of his master. However, before seeing his master, Shanghai Feng told Yang Chen a piece of news. The senior knife scar, who Gao Yu met last time, came to Chunyang Palace half a month ago and wanted to see Yang Chen. Yang Chen was in the beast taming sect at the time, so the sect arranged for Knife Scar to live in the guest room of the Liang courtyard. If Yang Chen was free, he should go to see Knife Scar first. Chapter 403. Yang Chen did not follow the advice of Shangguan Feng and still went to Gao Yu's small courtyard first. When he saw his master, he was happy again. Gao Yu has successfully built the foundation of the water attribute. It was only a short period of 9 years. This made Gao Yu puzzled. Even with the help of the elixir, the spiritual awareness of the Jedon stage also has a certain effect, but in a short period of 9 years, from the Qi refining stage to the foundation stage, this speed is also speechless. Even Gong Sunling, the recognized genius in the sect, the disciple with the innate earth attribute close to the full value, from the Qi refining stage to the foundation stage, it took a full 10 years. But Gao Yu knows her own things. Obviously she has a fire attribute spiritual root. Why does the cultivation of the water attribute cultivation method rise so fast? Why is this? Gao Yu, who is already at the second level of the foundation stage, asked Yang Chen very puzzled. Since Yang Chen spared no effort to let her practice the water attribute cultivation method from the beginning, he must know the reason. For the time being, this is just a guess. When I can be completely sure, I will explain it to you, master. Yang Chen certainly won't say it right away. Now is not the time. Do you want your master to be your experimental subject? Gao Yu looked a little angry, so that Yang Chen looked almost fascinated. When Gao Yu found his eyes dull, she pushed him and let Yang Chen wake up from his obsession. Is master beautiful? Gao Yu suddenly asked Yang Chen. After asking, Gao Yu also felt that something was wrong, and her face was red. Beautiful, Yang Chen replied without thinking. Compared to the cold and unparalleled fairy sure? Seeing Yang Chen's casual answer, Gao Yu suddenly didn't know what was crazy, and then asked another question. Master is beautiful. Yang Chen still replied without thinking. In his mind, there was no place for Shi Shanshan, so he almost didn't need to think about this answer. Listening to Yang Chen's answer, Gao Yu's heart was sweet, but also a little shy. Why did he ask such a strange question? It was not something a master should ask. Master, Knife Scar is here. Let's meet him together. Yang Chen said calmly, as if he didn't feel the strangeness of his master. However, his heart was already in turmoil. He just didn't know how to express his excitement. Gao Yu had no intention of rejecting Yang Chen's suggestion. The two of them arrived at the guest room of the Fiery Sun courtyard and saw Knife Scar, whom they had not seen for nearly 20 years. Although they had been separated for a long time, Dao Ba had not changed much. The appearance of a nascent soul stage expert would not change too much. However, the current Knife Scar was completely different from his previous state of not knowing what to do after getting his revenge. He seemed to have found a new direction and was full of vitality. Senior. The other party was a master of Yuanying stage, and he was considered a senior. Yang Chen and Gao Yu also called him a senior. I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you, senior? Thank you, thank you. After Knife Scar no longer had hatred, he looked very kind, but the scar on his face destroyed all this peace. When he smiled, it looked a bit hideous. This is the appearance pill that I promised to the senior. Senior, kindly accept it. Yang Chen and Knife Scar did not do those hypocritical social engagements. They directly took out the porcelain bottle with the appearance pill that had been refined and handed it over. Knife Scar was not polite at all. He directly took it and pinched it in his hand. He suddenly smiled and said, Yang Chen, you are so famous recently. On the way back from the monster plane, Knife Scar heard about Yang Chen all the way, and each of them seemed to be related to a master of the Deshang stage. Knife Scar could not help but be surprised. But when he thought that Yang Chen could make the old tree demon listen to him, It seemed that these things were not so difficult to understand. It's just a small thing, not worth mentioning. Yang Chun waved his hand very casually, and then asked, Senior, how was the harvest of this trip? Without exchanging the appearance pill, Knife Scar did not go to the 100,000 mountains this time, but went to the monster plane that he was not familiar with. Fortunately, he himself was a powerful Yuanying stage master, so he did not suffer much on the monster plane. The demon beast plane was indeed rich in natural resources. Otherwise, it wouldn't have bred so many demon beasts. Knife Scar took a large number of spirit stones and some products from the Dao Sex, which were indeed exchanged for a lot of good things on the monster plane. Originally, his Qiankuan bag was already full, and he could return in less than 3 years. However, Daoba was lucky enough to find a good place on the demonic beast plane. After collecting some good things, he found that almost 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye, so he hurried back. What good things are worth the senior spending 20 years to collect? Yang Chen's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. Gao Yu next to him was also curious, waiting for Knife Scar's answer. A small bottle of 7th metal true essence. Knife Scar replied slowly, completely unaware of how much shock his answer had brought to Yang Chen. 7th metal true essence? Yang Chen almost exclaimed out loud, and his voice could not suppress the surprise. He asked almost ecstatically, Is it useful for Senior to use this 7th metal true essence? It's of no use to me. Knife Scar shook his head with a smile on his face. However, for the cultivators of the metal attribute, this is a good thing that can only be encountered. Hey, why am I telling you this? You must know better than me. When he said this, Knife Scar suddenly remembered Yang Chen's reputation for reading a lot of books, and couldn't help but shake his head. If the senior is not using it for himself, can you exchange it for this younger generation junior? Yang Chen suppressed his excitement and asked in a negotiating tone, What does the senior need? Just say it. Exchange it for you? Knife Scar was stunned. He thought that Yang Chen was a fire attribute cultivator, but he didn't think that Yang Chen would need this 7th metal true essence. He asked strangely, What do you need it for? This younger generation junior needs a cultivation method. Yang Chen did not hide it and said directly, I just need 7th metal true essence. I have no use for it, it's okay to give it to you. Knife Scar did not have much resistance to this. Anyway, this was used to exchange spirit stones or magic weapons. It didn't matter who he gave it to, but some words still had to be made clear. What are you going to exchange for it? What does the senior want? Spirit stones? Magic weapon? Medicinal pill? Cultivation method? Yang Chen spread his hand and gestured to Knife Scar to offer his own price. This 7th metal true essence was very important to Yang Chen. It was a necessary thing to cultivate the 7th metal true secret art. It was also a necessary thing for Yang Chen to perfect the Great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art. Yang Chen was determined to get it. Seeing that Yang Chen was so determined to let Knife Scar offer a price, Gao Yu was also anxious, but she couldn't help much. Suddenly she thought of something and said, If the senior gives this to Yang Chen, the 3 conditions that the senior promised can all be waived. Chapter 404. Because of the injury to Gao Yu, Daoba promised to do 3 things for Gao Yu, which was agreed before. Now that Gao Yu put this forward, it was really for Yang Chen to fight for it. In that case, then this thing can be regarded as a thing to be done for Daoist Gao. Daoba was not the kind of person who was greedy for small advantages. He directly took out a jade bottle sealed by talismans and threw it over. In this case, I only owe Daoist Gao 2 things. This is not appropriate. Although Yang Chen reached out and caught the jade bottle, he shook his head and refused. This 7th metal true essence is extremely precious. Master's promise cannot be exchanged for this thing. Then let's add your appearance pill. Daoba was calm and it seemed that he was very happy to be able to end a thing. You just promised to change my appearance pill, but you didn't say anything. Just let's exchange. Not appropriate, not appropriate. Yang Chen still shook his head. It was too easy for him to change the appearance pill. It could not be compared with the value of the seventh metal true essence. Moreover, he wanted to sincerely win over Dao Ba. He would never push Dao Ba thousands of miles away for a little advantage. Then I will reserve a medicinal pill for you. Dao Ba was very open-minded. After his revenge, he had almost no desire for anything. At this moment, he did not argue with Yang Chen. This should be okay, right? It was easy to say, but Dao Ba's heart was still very appreciative of Yang Chen's upright temperament. At least with this person, he didn't have to worry about what he cheated or what he took advantage of. What medicinal pill? Yang Chen nodded. Adding this, it was not something unacceptable. I can't think of it for the time being. Dao Ba smiled and shook his head. Maybe I will need a unique medicinal pill in the future. I will think about it later. You just have to remember that you owe me a medicinal pill. Deal. Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and sent the seventh metal true essence back into the merit ring. This seventh metal true essence, he had a peace of mind, and there was no uneasiness. Gao Yu next to her was also very happy. Although she had one less condition, she got what Yang Chen needed. Although she didn't know what Yang Chen wanted these for, Gao Yu was still very happy. How did the senior collect this seventh metal true essence? Although he accepted the things from the scar, Yang Chen was still curious about how the scar collected it. He wasn't a demonic beast, and he didn't have any metal elemental cultivation technique. But it's not easy. When Knife Scar heard Yang Chen ask about this matter, he also felt proud of himself. He couldn't help but start to talk non-stop. Dao Ba was also a fire-attributed cultivator, and the Nan Mingli fire had already become his exclusive flame. After discovering the seventh metal true essence, Knife Scar tried to use Nan Mingli fire to force the seventh metal true essence into one place. It took almost a lot of effort to collect the bottle of seventh metal true essence. It was a simple combination of the 5 elements, but it was used by Knife Scar to perfection. In the end, Knife Scar was still proud of himself. Although it took me 20 years, my cultivation base has increased because of collecting these seventh metal true essence. It's worth it. It seemed that Knife Scar not only adjusted his mentality, but his cultivation base had also increased a lot of self-confidence. No wonder when Yang Chen saw Knife Scar, he felt a sense of vitality. It turned out to be because of this. Congratulations to the senior. Yang Chen also smiled and congratulated Knife Scar. With this beginning, Knife Scar was also a person who could make friends in the future, and they could carry out more cooperation. This time on the plane of the beasts, I got a lot of good things. Are you interested in buying them? Yang Chen told Knife Scar about earning spirit stones on both sides at the beginning, and Knife Scar naturally would not forget. If his things were sold by individual customers, the recovery of spirit stones would be very slow, and the price would be maliciously lowered by those big sections. Naturally, it was best to find Yang Chen. If the senior is willing, we can have in-depth cooperation. Yang Chen directly put forward the intention of in-depth cooperation. At the same time, he talked about how he and Shangguan Feng wanted to do business outside of the Chunyang Palace sect. There was a stable sales channel, and it also meant that there was a stable supply channel on the Dao sect's side. How could Knife Scar not be happy? Not only that, but with Yang Chen's business, with Knife Scar's recent reputation of Yang Chen, Chunyang Palace would never ignore it. At least they would provide protection. Then there would be a strong backer, and the profit would be higher than that of individual customers. The more the two sides talked, the more congenial they became, and Gao Yu next to them was stunned. She did not expect that Yang Chen was so proficient in the production of the beast. When talking with Knife Scar, he actually knew everything and did not fall behind. Knife Scar was even more surprised. Yang Chen's familiarity with the production of the beasts was even more familiar than him, who had been there in person. Even more comprehensive than him, He already had a systematic concept of what price to buy and what price to sell here. Compared with him, who had a temporary idea, he knew that something could earn spirit stones, but did not know how much spirit stones could be earned. He was more professional. The more they talked, the more excited Yang Chen directly called Shangguan Feng. Shangguan Feng was far more interested in doing business than in cultivation, but the strange thing was that the bigger his business was, the more refined his cultivation seemed to be. Yang Chen had been practicing alchemy for more than 10 years, and Shangguan Feng had also entered the middle stage of foundation establishment and was about to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Yang Chen was also amazed. It seemed that Shangguan Feng was the kind of natural management talent who could not neglect both cultivation and management. As for how to do this business, Shangguan Feng seemed to have more ideas. In a few seconds, he gave Knife Scar Yang Chen and Gao Yu a huge business world, which made people stunned. It seems that this business is not a loss, Knife Scar said with emotion. There was no need to look at the timing and effect. Just listening to Shangguan Feng's words made him have a feeling of admiration. Even if he was a Yuanying stage master, he could not help but admire Shangguan Feng, a businessman in the foundation establishment stage. Knife Scar was very refreshing. He immediately opened the Qiankuan bag and began to count the good things he got from the monster plane. Next to him, Shangguan Feng directly began to evaluate, and the sound of a golden abacus was very pleasant to hear. The four people were immersed in the process of calculating wealth, and a few days passed unconsciously. Dao Ba's harvest this time was quite plentiful. His Qiankuan bag was filled to the brim. It took him several days just to clean it up. When he calculated it, Shangguan Feng could not help but be envious. Just this trip, Dao Ba could have a harvest of hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Shangguan Feng was not ambiguous, and directly took out dozens of kilograms of high-grade spirit stones to pay the bill. In Chunyang Palace, it was estimated that apart from Yang Chen, he had the most spirit stones here. Chapter 405. Both sides were happy, especially Knife Scar. With the appearance pill, he could return to the 100,000 mountains without fear of being recognized. It must be known that the place that Knife Scar was most familiar with was the 100,000 mountains. Compared with the plain of the beasts, Knife Scar knew more about what was in the 100,000 mountains. Yang Chen was the happiest. He didn't expect to get the 7th metal true essence by chance. It was definitely an unexpected surprise. With the 7th metal true essence, Yang Chen's 7th metal spirit power would definitely become the most original 7th metal true essence. The great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art had taken another step forward. Senior, sometimes it's not very convenient for you to be alone, right? At the end of everyone's discussion, Yang Chen suddenly mentioned it. What do you mean? Knife Scar asked with some doubts. He instinctively felt that Yang Chen seemed to want to arrange people around him. I mean, the senior can find a few suitable juniors, or slowly find a few helpers from now on. Yang Chen didn't mean that, he just reminded him, sometimes a little more people is not only convenient, but also more helpers. In the 100,000 mountains and the plain of the beasts, others don't dare to make a move. This was true, at least in the 100,000 mountains, a lone ranger was the easiest to be attacked. No matter how high the cultivation base was, once there were a few people, generally speaking, everyone would be more cautious. Knife Scar was going to ask for money, not to fight with people. With a small group, it would be much safer and less troublesome. If there is a chance, I will find a few helpers. Knife Scar thought for a while and nodded. Yang Chen's words had already been pointed out. As for what Knife Scar did, it was Knife Scar's own business. The things that Shangguan Feng was in charge of were very popular inside the Chunyang Palace. Now it was almost time for him to face the outside. The Palace Master and the Beast-Taming Sect Master had already talked about cooperation and were in a very good mood. Yang Chen came over to talk about this trivial matter, The head of the palace agreed without thinking. Go to the shopkeeper of the Qianqiu pavilion and let him arrange a store for you. You don't have to worry about it. Shang Guanfeng excitedly accepted the order, but the head of the palace left Yang Chen behind. However, at the beginning, the palace master did not say anything, but hesitated. Finally, he gritted his teeth and asked Yang Chen, "Yang Chen, you know where Song Xing's bottleneck is? Can you guide him?" This was what the master of the palace asked after hesitating for a while. Originally, he also knew the attitude of Yang Chen. However, the good news that Zhu Chuntao had become a Yuanying stage master stimulated the master of the palace, making him feel that if there could be another Yuanying stage master, Chunyang Palace would be better. Therefore, he hesitated for a long time before asking. Yang Chen didn't answer at all. He just shook his head silently. The master of the palace asked this because he had his own considerations, but for Yang Chen, that was not a reason. Since Song Xing was targeting Yang Chen, he also wanted Yang Chen to help him in turn. How could there be such a good thing? Moreover, even if he wanted to speak, it should be Song Xing himself. What was the matter with the master of the palace and Yang Chen saying it? AI. The master of the palace sighed slightly. He also knew that it would be such a result, but if he didn't try it, he would not be reconciled. A Yuanying stage master, unfortunately, why was Song Xing so stupid? When he was the acting master, he still listened to Liang Xiaoming's bewitchment and went to find trouble with Yang Chen. In the end, the way he broke through the bottleneck was in the hands of Yang Chen. It was really luck and fate. Palace Master. Yang Chen suddenly opened his mouth and called, which gave the master of the palace a glimmer of hope. He looked up at Yang Chen, waiting for him to say something that would take the overall situation into account. A Yuanying stage master can't change too much of the strength of my sect. Yang Chen's first sentence once again extinguished the little extravagant hope of the master of the palace, but the next words made the master of the palace shocked. If the palace master is not too busy recently, you can consider attacking the Deshang stage. Attacking the Deshang stage? The master of the palace has not had this idea for a long time. He was now in the middle Yuanying stage. Not to mention the Deshang stage, even the peak Yuanying stage was an extravagant hope. Yang Chen suddenly said that he wanted him to attack the Deshang stage. How could it be possible? If the palace master is willing, find a suitable Dao companion with a metal attribute for double cultivation. This disciple knows a metal attribute double cultivation method that can make the strength of the palace master greatly improve. Since Yang Chen returned from the Immortal Fall Abyss, the master of the palace has been taking care of Yang Chen. Yang Chen was certainly willing to return the favor and let the master of the palace go further. Double cultivation? The master of the palace was stunned. He had not considered this problem. First, there was no good double cultivation method in the Chunyang Palace. Second, it was really difficult to find a suitable Dao companion. The identity of the master of the palace was special. How could he find a disciple of other sects for double cultivation? However, Yang Chen's reminder made the master of the palace see some hope, especially the performance of Yang Chen over the years. As long as it was the people around him, he would take care of them, and everyone's cultivation base was refined. So many people had examples, it could be seen that Yang Chen was not talking big. Since he said that he could let the master of the palace attack the Deshang stage, maybe it was really possible. Yang Chen also wanted to create such a feeling for the people around him. As long as they had a good relationship with Yang Chen, there would be many benefits, and against him, they would suffer heavy losses, and maybe their lives would be in danger. In this way, it was easy for some people in the sect to make the right choice. Are you sure? The master of the palace bowed his head and thought for a while, then raised his head and asked. 60% sure. Yang Chen would not say this thing, but gave a more likely answer. In fact, 60% of the certainty was enough to make the master of the palace tempted, and 30% of the certainty was enough to make people fight for it. The atmosphere at the scene was very strange. If someone saw it, the first impression must be that Yang Chen was asking the master of the palace, but who could think that the fact was the opposite? One was a possible master of the Yuanying stage, the other was to become a Deshang stage master himself. With two choices in front of him, how could the master of the palace not know how to choose? It was just that when he thought that Yang Chen would rather spend a lot of effort to create a master of the Deshang stage, and was not willing to say a word to Song Xing who had offended him, the master of the palace really did not know how to describe Yang Chen. Speaking of the Dao companion, the master of the palace suddenly raised another topic. He looked at Yang Chen and said, "When you were in seclusion, I personally went to the Green Jade Immortal Island." Yang Chen's eyes couldn't help but cast over. This matter was related to him, so he couldn't avoid it. He could only ask, "I don't know what the result was?" Chapter 406. In my opinion, you have a beautiful flower with a high cultivation base and outstanding qualifications. My Chunyang Palace can get some help from the Green Jade Immortal Island. This is the best of both worlds. The head of the palace looked at Yang Chen and said with a smile, "Palace Master, you won't agree, right?" Yang Chen was anxious. Regardless of any etiquette, he eagerly asked, "Are you so afraid of that girl Shanshan?" The head of the palace looked funny and couldn't help but ask, "I'm not afraid." Yang Chen shook his head and became serious. In his mind, the decisive face of his master's previous life flashed again. He said very formally, "It's just that I can't accept it." "Your business, you solve it yourself." The head of the palace seemed to sigh slightly and then said, "I have already talked to the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island about this matter. You are still young, maybe if you have more contact you will naturally understand. As for whether it is successful or not, you have to solve it yourself." "Thank you, Palace Master." Yang Chen also heard the kind of sigh from the tone of the head of the palace. It was not easy for the palace master to fight for this way for him. Yang Chen immediately thanked him. "You don't have to be polite with me." The master of the palace waved his hand and once again said, "I have promised the Green Jade Immortal Island, after you finish your retreat, no matter what you do, you will be with Fairy Sure. You will experience together for a few years, maybe you will get to know each other better." Yang Chen was stunned on the spot. What was this? Why did he still need to accompany Shi Shanshan to experience? To improve understanding? Don't be in a daze. The head of the palace ordered, "This is the reason why you are here. What are you going to do next?" He just asked this sentence, and regardless of Yang Chen's answer, he directly said, "No matter what you do, first go to the Green Jade Immortal Island to visit Fairy Sure, and then go together." The order of the head of the palace was the result of the negotiation between the palace master and the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chen knew that this matter could not be changed, and he could only cry and slowly retreat. Let a flower like Fairy Sure accompany you to experience. Do you still have an opinion? Get lost. The head of the palace looked at Yang Chen's expression and knew what he was thinking. He scolded him and drove him out. Yang Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. What was this? Originally, he planned to take his master to find a drop of the blood essence of the howling celestial dog for Xiao Tian, but now he had to take Shi Shanshan with him. What should he do? He complained in his heart, but he could only return to his master's room and said the instructions of the head of the palace. He frowned and let Gao Yu find a way. "Since it is the order of the head of the palace, then I will go with her. What's the harm?" Gao Yu looked at Yang Chen's sorrow and couldn't help but smile. "You have no confidence in yourself? Or?" At this point, Gao Yu suddenly bit her lip and said, "Or do you not have confidence in Master?" "Master?" Yang Chen raised his head and looked at Gao Yu in surprise. He saw the blush on Gao Yu's face and the limpid eyes that were looking at him. He suddenly felt that his protection for such a long time had finally come to fruition. In the ecstasy, Yang Chen suddenly recovered his vigorous fighting spirit. He laughed and said in high spirits, "Master's lesson is right, this disciple understands. This disciple will go to the Green Jade, Immortal Island, and invite Fairy Sure to go together." Anyway, the head of the palace just said to let them solve it themselves. It was not a big deal to make things clear with Fairy Sure. The only concern of Yang Chun before was that he was afraid of his master's misunderstanding. Now that even his master had confidence in himself, what was he afraid of? During the time when Yang Chun was in seclusion, Gong Sunling had thoroughly mastered the maze and also caught up with the time when Zhu Chuntao formed his nascent soul. She observed the whole process of crossing the tribulation at a close distance. He didn't know what she had realized, and she was in seclusion. Yang Chun wanted to visit, but he couldn't. He could only let Gong Sunling's servants tell Gong Sunling that he was going out to travel and would be back in 2 or 3 years at the latest. The business was handed over to Shangguan Feng. After Yang Chun went to Zhu Chuntao to congratulate him, he left the Liang courtyard, summoned the shuttle and went straight to the Green Jade Immortal Island. There was still a distance from the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yang Chun controlled the shuttle to fall into the sea, turned it into a big ship, and rushed to the gate of the Green Jade Immortal Island. In any case, the etiquette that should be maintained must be maintained. Even if there were any small disagreements in the future, others could not find fault from these details. Yang Chun was thinking about this. Stopping the ship and docking, he reported his name in accordance with the rules of visiting the mountain, and then asked to see Fairy Sure. The name of Yang Chun, the Green Jade Immortal Island, has already heard of it, and the high-level officials of the Green Jade Immortal Island have already released the news that Yang Chun was Sure Shanshan's Dao companion. This time he reported his name. The treatment he enjoyed was different. The disciple guarding the gate of the island mountain was very enthusiastic to welcome Yang Chun to the guest room and sent exquisite tea and snack. He did not forget to tell him, "Fellow Taoist Yang, this time I came to let Senior Sister Sure take you to the island to have a look. Next time you come, you can directly go in to find Senior Sister Sure." Sure Shanshan's talent was outstanding, and she had entered the Jiedan stage early. Her junior sisters of the same generation were still guarding the door here, and they were still in the foundation stage. The title of Senior Sister Sure was very natural. Along the way, Yang Chun had already thought about it clearly. Sure Shanshan's matter should be explained as soon as possible. As for what Sure Shanshan thought, it was up to her. It was estimated that the Green Jade Immortal Island also took a fancy to his own talent in alchemy, so they generously recognized Sure Shanshan's decision at the time. Anyway, as long as it was handled properly, it would not be too much of a relationship to offend people. After receiving the news of Yang Chen's request to see her, Sure Shanshan did not neglect and immediately flew to the guest room. When she met Yang Chen, she also politely greeted him. Except for the still cold expression, there was nothing too unacceptable. Sure Shanshan really invited Yang Chen to visit the island. With the previous instructions of the head of the palace, Yang Chen did not refuse. He followed in to see the layout of the Green Jade Immortal Island and also went to Sure Shanshan's boudoir to rest for a while. When the two sat down and sipped tea, Yang Chen said his own plans. "You plan to go to the Ming Chi Mountain to gain experience and invite me to go with you?" Sure Shanshan was stunned and seemed surprised that Yang Chen would invite her. However, for Yang Chen's request, Sure Shanshan did not have any resistance. She had already recognized that she was Yang Chen's Dao companion. Of course she would not refuse. "All right, I haven't gone out for a long time, I just want to go and see." Sure Shanshan was also a decisive person. She just let one of her servants inform her master, and she directly followed Yang Chen without even hesitation. Chapter 407. Ming Chi Mountain was far from the Green Jade Immortal Island and was close to the Plain of the Monsters. Although it was not deep into the territory of the monsters, there were already many monsters here. Yang Chen really didn't know how the howling celestial dog left its blood essence here. and this blood essence was not there yet. In any case, Yang Chun had to go and see. With a drop of blood essence from the howling celestial dog, it could activate the blood of some ancient beast. The howling celestial dog itself was a beast. This blood essence was a great supplement for it. It would not be a waste to go there, but the benefits of getting the blood essence were many. It was worth the trip. Guan Yueying knew that Yang Chun had a very fast shuttle, so Yang Chun did not hide it from Shi Shanshan. He directly called out the shuttle and invited her to board. Then he controlled the direction and flew straight to Mingqi Mountain. Shi Shanshan was a little surprised, but not surprised. Feeling the high speed of the shuttle, she couldn't help but look at it a few more times. It must be that Guan Yueying had already told her about this thing. This is the magic weapon that you used to escape from Elder Guan? The two sat in the shuttle for a while, and didn't talk for a long time. Shi Shanshan found a topic and asked. N. Yang Chen nodded. He was thinking about the seventh metal true essence, and didn't want to talk much. Although the seventh metal true essence was already in his hands, Yang Chen was not in a hurry to refine it immediately. His own fire attribute spirit power was in the late stage of the foundation stage. After a series of promotions, he needed to consolidate for a period of time. At this time, it was not a good thing to forcibly absorb the seventh metal true essence to cultivate the seventh metal true secret art. However, speaking of the seventh metal true essence and seventh metal true secret art, Yang Chen suddenly remembered that Shi Shanshan was also a metal attribute. If Shi Shanshan really dual cultivated with him, her metal spirit root was full value, plus Yang Chen's acquired metal spirit root was full value. The speed of cultivation was estimated to be amazing. However, with the shadow of his master in his heart, Yang Chen had no feelings for Shi Shanshan in any case. Perhaps this was fate. Although Yang Chen had been one of the toads who coveted Fairy Shi in his previous life, in this life, there was no admiration in his previous life. How did you kill Li Qingchen at the time? When he challenged Li Qingchen to a life and death battle, Shi Shanshan was also present, but she did not see how Yang Chen did it. Just a simple knife cut down and the result fell to countless people's jaws. Shi Shanshan was also one of them. She was not optimistic about Yang Chen at that time, so she said that she wanted to keep Yang Chen's chastity. Now that Yang Chen was sitting next to her, Shi Shanshan couldn't help but ask. My immortal chopping knife is a high-grade magical item. Yang Chen didn't hide it and told her the reason. Plus, I have amazing strength, and I can wield the knife with both hands, so I have an advantage compared to his divine sense. Shi Shanshan was also an expert, so she understood the key point immediately. One side used physical strength and the power of divine sense to control the knife, and it was a high-grade magical item, while the other side was careless, and his magical item was not good, so this kind of result was very normal. Thank you. Shi Shanshan thanked Yang Chen very seriously. Because I killed Li Qingchen? Yang Chen was confused. Even if Li Qingchen was harassing Shi Shanshan, it shouldn't be enough to make Shi Shanshan want to kill him, right? If she wanted to kill Li Qingchen, Shi Shanshan could find a place with no one around to kill him, so why was she thanking him? Because you've helped me avoid a lot of trouble. Shi Shanshan replied very seriously, after your life and death challenge, even Elder Li didn't come to me for trouble, and I can also be quiet, so, thank you. It was because of Fairy Shi's words about keeping Yang Chen's chastity. Yang Chen became the best shield for Shi Shanshan for no reason, and it was agreed by Elder Guan Yueying. Even later, Elder Min Huafeng nodded, and there was no voice of opposition in the Green Jade Immortal Island. Naturally, the people outside also received the news. Those who had ideas about Shi Shanshan, in addition to racking their brains to hate Yang Chen and curse Yang Chen, it was not good to find Shi Shanshan again. He already had a Dao companion, so it wouldn't be admiring him anymore if he went to look for her, it would be disrespectful. He had inadvertently blocked a lot of trouble for Shi Shanshan. Yang Chen didn't know what to say. He could only smile bitterly, "You're welcome." After a while, Sher Shanshan was also bored looking at the two of them. She took out a beautiful tea set from the Qiankuan bag and placed it on the table. Then she took out the teapot and tea leaves and began to cook inside the shuttle. It must be said that Sher Shanshan was a beauty, cold and unparalleled. At this moment, such a stunning beauty was seriously boiling water and making tea in front of him. Yang Chen couldn't help but appreciate it. After a series of techniques, Sher Shanshan held a cup of fragrant tea and placed it in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen naturally picked up the fragrant cup and poured the tea into the teacup. After carefully tasting it, he picked up the teacup and took a sip, closing his eyes and carefully savoring it. "How does it taste?" Sher Shanshan looked at Yang Chen's expression expectantly, as if she wanted to see his evaluation of her from his face. "This water is condensed from the evaporation of the salt from the underwater spring, right?" After tasting it for a while, Yang Chen opened his eyes and asked, "You know your stuff." Sher Shanshan was a little surprised, but thinking of Yang Chen's reputation for being well-read and knowledgeable, it was not too surprising. "The water is good, but the tea leaves are still lacking." Yang Chen shook his head slightly and then evaluated. "The fire is not good either, but it's not easy for you to do this." The blunt criticism made Sher Shanshan slightly annoyed, but then she said with a cold face, "In that case, I can taste your technique today." Yang Chen was not polite at all. He nodded and directly picked some tender leaves from a few wild tea trees that he had already transplanted in the medicine garden and began to process them in front of Sher Shanshan. The profound spirit furnace suddenly appeared in front of him, and the ice flame flashed and began to dry the water in the green tea leaves. When it was almost time, it was changed to the black wood fire. The small fire was slightly baked, and Yang Chen used the profound spirit furnace as a tool for frying tea and began to stir it. Yang Chen's fire control technique, even without touching the tea leaves, completed all the operations. When the fried tea leaves were placed in the jade cup on the table, Sher Shanshan still looked sluggish, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. "Using an alchemy furnace to fry tea leaves, are you the first?" After Sher Shanshan stayed for a while, she suddenly smiled. Her smile was like the ice thawing, it was beautiful. Just with a smile, Sher Shanshan quickly restored the original cold expression. The jade hand gently picked up the jade cup and sent it in front of her. She first looked at the plump tea leaves, then got closer and sniffed it slightly. With this sniff, Sher Shanshan's cold face suddenly changed and became a little unbelievable. Chapter 408. Yang Chen's tea was planted in the medicine garden of the Pure Bottle. Although it was transplanted more than 20 years ago, several changes in the Pure Bottle had caused all the medicines in the medicine garden to increase their maturity for 100 years out of thin air, and this tea plant was no exception. It was already old enough, and Yang Chen's medicine garden was nourished by the fifth earth layer. There were countless spirit medicines around, and the tea leaves harvested were even more different. It's just that Yang Chen actually used the alchemy technique to fry the tea leaves. It was said to be frying, it was better to say that it was refining. 2 kinds of flames were used in a row, and the powerful medicinal power of the profound spirit furnace also infiltrated a part of it. This was clearly a simple tea pill, not just tea leaves. Such tea leaves, of course, tasted different from those ordinary tea leaves. Even if Sher Shanshan's tea leaves were also planted in a place with abundant spiritual power in the green jade Immortal Island and carefully fried, how could it be compared with Yang Chen's freshly baked new tea? Just this tea leaf alone made Sher Shanshan's dissatisfaction just be forgotten. Then when she saw that Yang Chen actually used the Nanmingli fire in the alchemy furnace to boil water, she suddenly understood what Yang Chen meant when he said that the fire couldn't be used. Sher Shanshan was a metal spirit root, unlike Yang Chen who was proficient in everything. Now she could only stare at Yang Chen with a more skilled technique than her to brew a cup of tea that had just been made. She couldn't believe it at all. Where did Yang Chen learn such an authentic tea-making technique? After a series of techniques, a cup of tea that smelled more fragrant than before was placed in front of Shi Shanshan. Yang Chen stretched out his hand and made a please gesture, please. Shi Shanshan gracefully picked up the fragrant cup with her jade hand and took a deep sniff. She only felt that a fragrance accompanied by a spiritual power that made people feel comfortable directly rushed into her nostrils. Just this smell, it had already made people sigh. When the tea entered her mouth, Shi Shanshan really tasted the fragrance of the best tea. That refreshing smell almost seeped into her body, making her whole body wander in the fragrance of the tea. Not to mention, along with the fragrance of the tea, there was also a refreshing spiritual power. It was neither strong nor weak, it was just right to cleanse the entire body. Starting from the lips, it directly spread to the soles of the feet, making one feel as if they were floating in the air. After drinking a mouthful of tea, even the winter plum fairy, Shi Shanshan, couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. After pondering for a long time, Shi Shanshan let out a soft sigh. When will I be able to enjoy this delicacy again? Shi Shanshan couldn't help but feel regretful. Shi Shanshan could see that Yang Chen's current attitude towards her was just perfunctory. They didn't seem like a pair of Tao companions at all. If this went on, the two of them wouldn't even be able to meet each other, let alone drink Yang Chen's tea. Shi Shanshan had no other hobbies in her life. In addition to cultivation, she was partial to the tea ceremony. She didn't even hesitate to go to the deep-sea spring to collect the water of the earth's core. The tea leaves were also planted and fried by herself. She originally thought that her tea was already delicious, but she didn't expect that what Yang Chen made in less than half an hour was many times better than what she had spent several years to refine. If Yang Chen carefully made it and spent several years to refine it, how delicious would it be? When you want to drink it, you can come to me. Yang Chen subconsciously regarded Shi Shanshan as someone around him. After saying it, he regretted it, but it was too late to take it back. To be honest, Shi Shanshan was a person who understood tea and also knew how to appreciate it. Yang Chen's behavior just now seemed simple, but there was also an element of showing off in it. To be able to show off in front of the famous cold plum fairy in his previous life, Yang Chen couldn't help but be a little moved. When Shi Shanshan drank the tea, Yang Chen was still a little expectant. When Shi Shanshan revealed that intoxicated look, Yang Chen was even more proud. Yang Chen's tea was given to people who knew how to appreciate it. That was the real pleasure, so he agreed without hesitation. However, after Yang Chen spoke, he immediately came to his senses and vaguely regretted it. Didn't he want to alienate Shi Shanshan? Why did he agree to this? Shi Shanshan was overjoyed when she heard it. She unexpectedly smiled again and thanked Yang Chen again. You're welcome. At this point, Yang Chen was not so stingy and insisted on such a small matter. He just nodded and said, sometimes, freshly made things are much more delicious than things that have been carefully prepared for a long time. If you like it, come and drink the freshly made tea. The two of them each took a cup of tea and began to taste it silently. Shi Shanshan was immersed in the wonderful taste. After Yang Chen took a sip, he still shook his head slightly. Unfortunately, the tea is not the best. It is just some wild tea that I occasionally found. It is far from those spiritual plants. The water is good, but it is Kuei water after all. It is not as good as the natural ninth water. Seawater was Kuei water, and it had a lot of salt. Even if it gushed out of the underwater spring, it was the same. Although the salt was evaporated, it caused there to be no salt at all, and it lost its natural taste. This was also the reason for Yang Chen's dissatisfaction. Shi Shanshan was tasting it while listening to Yang Chen's words in her heart. The next time she went out for experience, if she encountered good water, she must collect it and try the taste of the natural ninth water. As for the tea tree, it was something that could be encountered but not sought, but once she encountered it, she must ask for a few and plant it. Using alchemy techniques to refine a top-grade pill, it would definitely be more flavorful. Although they didn't talk much, the two seemed to have found a common pleasure. Each of them had a cup of fragrant tea, but they spent a whole incense's time. After drinking tea, it didn't seem so strange, and the atmosphere was harmonious. "What are you going to Ming Chi Mountain for?" At this time, Shi Shanshan asked Yang Chen's real purpose. "There are many beasts there. It is not necessary to go to such a dangerous place just for experience, right? I recently received a spiritual pet. There is something there that can greatly improve the ability of spiritual pets, so I went to try my luck." Yang Chen didn't hide it. Anyway, he would know it when they went together. There was no point in hiding it at this time, so he simply told her directly. "Spiritual pet?" Shi Shanshan glanced at Yang Chen and was a little surprised. "You have a lot of tricks in cultivation. It is not easy to make elixirs, and you also have to cultivate spiritual pets. Don't be greedy. I remember that the last catastrophe of evil arts in Chunyang Palace was very good. Does your master allow you to be distracted like this?" "This is my own business." Yang Chen smiled slightly, indicating that it was okay. "Besides, my spiritual pet is different. I don't need to spend too much effort." Chapter 409. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Shi Shanshan couldn't help but be curious. "What kind of spiritual pet is so easy? Can you let me see it too?" Since the two were recognized as Taoist companions, naturally they would not call each other as fellow Taoist senior brother and senior sister, and they would open their mouths as casual as you and me. Yang Chen also felt that it was too uncomfortable to say nothing along the way. It was rare for the cold plum fairy, who had always been cold, to take the initiative to speak, and he would not go against her wishes. He directly took Xiao Tian out of the medicine garden and put him in the shuttle. Xiao Tian was greedily holding a low-level flying sword and licking it. Suddenly it appeared in a strange environment. It subconsciously held the flying sword in its mouth, and looked at the two people vigilantly. When it saw Yang Chen, it ran over happily and rubbed Yang Chen's trousers leg. It was very intimate. Shi Shanshan was stunned for a while. She thought that people like Yang Chen would find a spiritual pet that was a unique beast, but she did not expect it to be such a cute puppy. Unable to hold it in any longer, she burst out laughing. The jade face was unspeakably bright and moving. Xiao Tian seemed to notice that Shi Shanshan was laughing at it. It whined twice in its mouth and stared at Shi Shanshan with its small round eyes. It was very rude to yell at Shi Shanshan twice. It was held in Yang Chen's arms and stroked for a long time. It hummed a few times and began to lick the flying sword again. "Sorry." After Shi Shanshan laughed, she immediately felt that it was wrong. Her emotional control was very good, and she immediately returned to normal. "It's nothing." Yang Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked indifferent. When he told Gao Yu and Gong Sunling that Xiao Tian was a treasure, Gao Yu also laughed, and Gong Sunling also laughed, but Shi Shanshan laughed at this moment. With all due respect, Shi Shanshan stared at Xiao Tian for a long time and felt that it was an ordinary puppy. She said very seriously, "Your spiritual pet doesn't look so outstanding. Isn't it a pity to give it the only chance to recognize a spirit pet as its master? If you were outstanding, it wouldn't be my turn to discover you." Yang Chen smiled and did not argue. Xiao Tian was the only treasure he found not by relying on the memory of his previous life, but by simply relying on his vision. It was equivalent to an antique enthusiast picking up a big leak. He was very proud. "If you know its origin, you will never think so. Please enlighten me." Shi Shanshan's eyes lit up. She was a cultivator, and she also knew that Yang Chen was knowledgeable and would never speak without a goal. After looking at Xiao Tian for a while, she asked in doubt. "Don't say it for the time being. You won't believe it even if I say it." Yang Chen smiled and shook his head. He put Xiao Tian back into the medicine garden. In fact, at this moment, Xiao Tian had already shown some of the characteristics in Yang Chen's memory, but the appearance was very ordinary and unbelievable. Seeing that Yang Chen didn't say it, Shi Shanshan couldn't continue to ask. She could only ask other questions. What is it that can make the spiritual pet improve? It's not a very good thing. It's just a drop of blood essence left by the celestial dog in the immortal world. Yang Chen replied lightly and didn't care how shocking his words were. The blood essence of the celestial dog? Shi Shanshan was shocked. She didn't know anything else, but she still knew about Yang Erling's celestial dog. She didn't know how many times she had heard the legend. Yang Chen actually said that there was the blood essence of the celestial dog here. Shi Shanshan immediately thought of the puppy just now. Is it possible that your spiritual pet is a descendant of the celestial dog? No. Yang Chen directly shook his head and denied it, and then said, However, if you think so, I won't refute it for the time being. Anyway, you can just treat it as it is. What kind of answer is this? Shi Shanshan fell into confusion again. No, but I won't refute it. Just treat it as it is? Is it or not? Believe me, an orthodox Taoist cultivator like you will never want to know what it is. Yang Chen looked at Shi Shanshan's puzzled look and couldn't help but remind her, Don't think too much. Having said that, Shi Shanshan had been frowning to guess what Xiao Tian was. It's just that no matter how she racked her brains, she couldn't think of any powerful spiritual pet that looked like this. After thinking about it, it seemed that it could only be the legendary celestial dog. As for why Yang Chen knew that there was the blood essence of the celestial dog here, Shi Shanshan didn't ask much. Yang Chen's reputation for reading a lot of books was out there. There was no need to ask. He must have found it by chance from so many books. Yang Chen didn't expect that he accidentally released this reputation, but it saved him a lot of talking. Even when he did some strange things, others didn't doubt it, and they would take the initiative to help him find reasons and sources. Mingqi Mountain was far away. Even if it was a shuttle, it took a full month to fly. For such a long time, the two only exchanged a few words in the shuttle from time to time. Most of the time, they were practicing in relative silence. Occasionally, they would taste the fresh tea made by Yang Chen on the spot. However, the work of making tea was done by Shi Shanshan, and every time Shi Shanshan was like a virtuous wife, she would respectfully bring the tea to Yang Chen. At first, Yang Chen was not used to it, but Shi Shanshan insisted that this was what a woman should do. Yang Chen couldn't change it and could only slowly adapt. Mingqi Mountain was imminent, and Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan were also ready. Looking for a suitable place, Yang Chen put away the shuttle and stood on the ground. After observing for a long time, Shi Shanshan turned to ask Yang Chen, Where are we going now? Where is the blood essence you said? The news left by the celestial dog was only a few words. It was clear that it was only a hidden valley in Mingqi Mountain, but where the valley was, it didn't specify. In a hidden valley, but it didn't say where it was. It will take a lot of effort to find it. Yang Chen held the bright ray sword in his hand and began to release his spiritual awareness to explore around. I hope you are right. Shi Shanshan didn't agree with Yang Chen's behavior of looking for a place when he arrived, but she had already followed Yang Chen to this side, so it was not good to go back. She could only follow Yang Chen and take one step at a time. Without waiting for Yang Chen to remind, Shi Shanshan had already summoned the flying sword. However, her flying sword was not held in her hand, but flew around her body. A looming armor also appeared on the surface of her body, but she was ready to fight. Yang Chen looked at Shi Shanshan and naturally made this gesture. Only then did he remember that in his previous life, Shi Shanshan's famous title of Winter Plum Fairy was not obtained by relying on her cold face, but it was a solid fight. With such a companion, it saved a lot of effort to take care of her. Chapter 410. The two of them were well prepared and very timely. Not long after they walked out fully armed, a monster suddenly rushed over. When it saw the two of them, it let out a roar and rushed towards the two of them while drooling. Whoosh, 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 3 consecutive sounds. Sher Shanshan's flying sword had flashed back and forth 3 times on the monster in the air. When the monster in the air rushed to the front of Yang Chun slashed with his sword and directly split the seriously injured monster into 2 pieces. It was the first time they cooperated, but they had a very tacit understanding. No one made any unnecessary movements and neatly dealt with the monster. In this regard, both of them were somewhat surprised. Before, no one had seen each other's fighting style. Now that they saw it for the first time, they were secretly praising each other in their hearts. Although this place was close to the monster plane, the monster was not very strong. With Sher Shanshan's gold core stage cultivation, it was effortless for her to rampage here. Coupled with Yang Chun, this killing god, it was even more successful. In less than an hour, the 2 of them had cooperated to kill 3 monster beasts. It seemed that they were all in the foundation establishment stage. The monster core had not yet condensed. Yang Chun always cut off the most useful parts of the monster, but when he gave it to Sher Shanshan, he was rejected by Sher Shanshan. Fairy Sher, who was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, had some mysophobia. These bloody parts that were cut off from the monster's body made Sher Shanshan somewhat disgusted. Yang Chun knew this little habit of Sher Shanshan from the memory of his previous life. He did not insist on it. He always put it away by himself. When he found a place with water to rest, it was not too late to clean these things and then give them to her. Although Ming Chi Mountain was not big, it was also more than 100 miles in radius. There were no less than hundreds of valleys. It was not easy to find the valley where the howling celestial dog's blood was hidden. Yang Chun had already planned to spend at least 3 to 5 years here, searching through the valleys one by one. However, he was not in a rush. There were many demonic beasts, and they would always jump out at the most unexpected time. The 2 of them were very vigilant, especially Yang Chun, who was very sensitive to killing intent. The demonic beasts here did not know how to hide their auras, and were always discovered by Yang Chun in advance. After searching through 3 or 4 valleys, the 2 of them had already killed no less than 10 demonic beasts. They also had a better understanding of each other's cultivation and attacking habits, and their teamwork became more tacit. To Yang Chun, Sher Shanshan was a good combat partner. Unlike senior sister Gong Sunling, she was an expert who had grown up through battles. She was experienced and knew what methods to use against different enemies. She knew when to strike and when to kill. She would not be soft-hearted when it was time to strike. She was easy to cooperate with. In particular, the 2 of them were very tacit. The attacks were launched one after another. Those demonic beasts did not even have a chance to fight back from the beginning to the end. They were killed by the 2 people's continuous attacks. After killing so many demonic beasts, the 2 of them had a feeling at the same time that it was convenient. The attack was sharp, and they dodged in time. They would never block the attack route of their companions. In the end, they always smiled after killing the demonic beast. In his memory, Sher Shanshan rarely smiled, but Yang Chun and Sher Shanshan had seen her smile several times this time. It was not easy to think about Sher Shanshan. A beautiful woman, but she always had to put on a frosty posture. Being able to smile a few times was also an effective way to release pressure. Every valley, Yang Chun would carefully check it. The blood essence left by the howling celestial dog before it ascended was by no means ordinary goods. The place where it was stored would definitely have a strong spiritual power fluctuation. However, none of the valleys that he had checked had such characteristic. Fortunately, Yang Chun had already told Sher Shanshan about his plan. Both of them were not in a hurry. Anyway, they would search one valley after another until they found it. They had searched more than 100 valleys in a row, and it took 3 months. They had killed no less than hundreds of demonic beasts, but they had not found the so-called blood essence of the howling celestial dog. Could there be a mistake in the records? Sher Shanshan was also puzzled. It did not seem to be a way to continue searching like this. No, definitely not. Yang Chun thought about it. There was no need for the howling celestial dog to lie under such circumstances. He shook his head firmly. Where would the hidden valley be? Hidden valley? Sure Shanshan heard these words, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She suddenly asked, "Which of the valleys that we are looking for are hidden?" After being reminded by Sure Shanshan, Yang Chen suddenly understood. Indeed, the valleys that the two of them were looking for these days appeared here in broad daylight. How could it be hidden? It seemed that even a person like Yang Chen would have omissions, and there would be places that were not considered well. For Sure Shanshan's reminder, Yang Chen was very grateful. Next, the two of them began to search the valleys that were generally not easy to see. There were many hidden valleys, and there were several most likely situations. One was that the entrance was hidden, but no matter how hidden the entrance was, it was impossible not to be found by the demonic beasts here after thousands of years. Another possibility was that there was a master who used an array or other magic weapon to cover the valley. For the howling celestial dog, this was the most likely possibility. With this new idea, the purpose of the two of them was more clear. The valleys that could be seen at a glance were basically ignored, and they specifically looked for places that might have large-scale arrays. No matter how hidden the array was, under the exploration of Yang Chen's powerful spiritual awareness, as long as it was within a few feet, Yang Chen would always be able to find some clues. Sure Shanshan did not have such a strong spiritual awareness. She could only follow Yang Chen and search all the way. Hard work pays off. After changing the target this time, in less than 2 months, Yang Chen found a very hidden array trace. There was a fluctuation of spiritual power in the gap between a huge stone and a mountain rock. The gap was not big, and it was covered with thorns. Even the demonic beasts would not easily get in. After approaching, Yang Chen carefully explored it and even used some things to test it. After confirming that it was an illusory array, he took the lead and walked into the hidden illusory array. In front of him was a huge valley. It really matched the hidden valley that the howling celestial dog said. Before he had time to sigh, Sure Shanshan followed behind him and looked at the huge valley. She was surprised. The valley was very warm, and all kinds of flowers and trees were thriving. It was very dense, but there were no large animals, only some small insects. The most surprising thing was not these, but the things growing in the valley. At least at a glance, Yang Chen found a few peerless elixirs, and looking at the appearance of those plants, they were probably tens of thousands of years old. Chapter 4:11. 10,000 years was just a preliminary estimate of Yang Chen, but the real age may be more than 10,000 years. It must be known that Yang Erlang and the Shao Celestial Dog have ascended for more than 10,000 years. This was left when the Shao Celestial Dog ascended. It definitely exceeded this age. Half of it you pick first. Yang Chen suddenly regretted it. If he knew this, he wouldn't have brought Sure Shanshan with him and let the Green Jade Immortal Island take advantage of it. But he couldn't do the thing of having it all to himself. He stretched out his hand very generously and signaled Sure Shanshan to start first. Sure Shanshan was also a person who knew the goods. Although she was not a master of alchemy, she could see the age of these rare medicinal materials. In addition to being surprised, she couldn't help but sigh for Yang Chen's generosity. "Aren't you afraid that I will be tempted to kill you and then swallow it all?" Sure Shanshan did not start immediately, but turned to look at Yang Chen and asked coldly, "If I tell you to take it, then take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Yang Chen was very dissatisfied with a cold snort. To be honest, he was really not afraid of Sure Shanshan falling out with him. That way, he would have a reason to get rid of Sure Shanshan. Maybe these medicinal materials were too shocking, or maybe it was Yang Chen's domineering words that played a role. The coldness on Sure Shanshan's face weakened a lot. She once again gave Yang Chen a small smile and promised okay. "Wait a minute." Sure Shanshan was about to start, but Yang Chen suddenly stopped her. "Regret it?" Sure Shanshan, who was hesitating about which one to take first, quickly turned around and looked at Yang Chen, who suddenly took out the flying sword and asked with some ridicule, "Let's go around first and see if there is any danger." However, Yang Chen ignored Shi Shanshan's words. Instead, he looked around vigilantly and said, "There might be guardian spirit beasts nearby. It's best to be careful." This logic was applicable to most treasures, and Shi Shanshan also understood this. Only now did she realize that she had misunderstood Yang Chen. Her face turned red and she couldn't say anything. He took out his flying sword and looked around. There didn't seem to be any traces of large demonic beasts in the valley, and the growth of these plants didn't seem to be damaged. The two of them carefully flew on their flying sword. Firstly, they were afraid of damaging those herbs, and secondly, they were afraid that there might be something hidden in them. This secluded valley was not small, and the two of them flew on their swords for the time it took to burn a stick of incense before they reached the end. There was a large open space at the end of the valley, and there was a very obvious magic array on the open space. The lines of the magic array covered an area of 100 feet, and the lines of the magic array were still flickering with a faint light. In the center of the formation was a ball of blood-colored liquid the size of a human head, constantly changing its shape. But no matter how it changed, it couldn't leave the center of the magic array. "This is the blood essence of the howling celestial dog that you are looking for, right?" Looking at the ball of blood-colored liquid that was still full of vitality, Shi Shanshan was a little surprised, and her tone was a little uncertain. "It should be." The magic array was covering it, and there was no spiritual power coming out. Yang Chen's divine sense couldn't penetrate it, and he really didn't know whether it was the blood essence or not. But since it was here, and it matched the description of the howling celestial dog, it shouldn't be wrong. "This is a drop?" Shi Shanshan was a little speechless. A ball the size of a human head. No matter what, it couldn't be related to the concept of a drop. Maybe. Yang Chen also didn't know what to say. The concept of a drop of the howling celestial dog might be different from ordinary people. "What do we do now?" Shi Shanshan seemed to listen to Yang Chen and asked, waiting for his command. Yang Chen looked around again, pointed to the open space at the edge of the magic array, and said, "There is no trace of demonic beast activity here, presumably the entire valley is gone." The ground at the edge of the magic array was not very hard, and it was obvious that the things inside the magic array were the most precious. Even if there were demonic beasts, with so many spiritual herbs to grow, it was estimated that they would have developed spiritual wisdom. Demonic beasts with spiritual wisdom would not easily let go of the things in this magic array. Even if they couldn't break the magic array, they would still test it. There were no traces here, and it could be seen that there were no demonic beasts. "Just go and pick whatever medicinal herbs you like." Yang Chen only had the blood essence of the howling celestial dog in his eyes, but he suddenly thought of something, and turned his head and said, "If there is anything that you are not sure of or can't pick, wait for me to finish here and help you pick it, don't damage it." Shi Shanshan agreed, and began to look around the valley slowly. There was no hurry to pick what. Let's see what is there first. Yang Chen stood at the edge of the magic array, and began to carefully examine the mysteries of the magic array. All the lines of this magic array could be seen, and it saved Yang Chen a lot of effort in his analysis. He flipped through the high-level magic array in his mind, but he did not find any that matched this one. As a last resort, he could only use the most basic principles of magic array to analyze it. It was not impossible to break the magic array by force, but it would easily damage the blood essence, and the gains would not make up for the losses, so it was better to take a closer look. Sitting at the edge of the magic array, Yang Chen started to analyze the principles of the magic array and judged the functions of the magic array. Just by sitting down and analyzing, it took him 2 whole months. Shi Shanshan did not know why, but she did not pick any spiritual herbs at all. She walked around the valley and returned to this side. Looking at Yang Chen's careful analysis, she did not say much, and just sat at the side to cultivate, and at the same time, protect Yang Chen. So that's how it is. Yang Chen, who had been staring at the magic array, suddenly revealed a smile on his face, and blurted out these few words. Have you figured it out? Suddenly, a voice came from beside him. It was Shi Shanshan. Yang Chen was startled. Why did Shi Shanshan not go to collect the spiritual herbs? Clear. Yang Chen slowly stood up, and said with a smile, a sealing magic array, a preservation magic array, a protection magic array, a levitation magic array, and a spirit-gathering magic array. It is just a few of them combined, it is not a troublesome matter. Yang Chen. Shi Shanshan suddenly shouted at Yang Chen, and Yang Chen responded by turning his head. You are so confident and bold to analyze the magic array here, are you really not afraid that I will murder you for your wealth? Shi Shanshan's face was habitually cold, but there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. Although Fairy Shi has killed a lot of people to protect the Tao. Yang Chen blurted out without thinking, but I have never heard of the act of murder for money. This was not what he heard in this life, but the memory of his previous life. Since it is a murder, of course it will not let people know. Shi Shanshan's eyes lit up slightly, but she still said with a straight face, You haven't heard of it, it doesn't mean that I haven't done it. With that said, she turned her head and looked around the valley, and asked Yang Chen, Do you know, if the Green Jade Immortal Island gets these elixirs, how much benefit will it be? Shi Shanshan, as a disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, naturally has to consider for the sect. Chapter 412. If you like it then take more, it doesn't matter. Yang Chen's words made Shi Shanshan almost fall to the ground. Did Yang Chen really not know the value of these elixirs? How could it be? Yang Chen was a little famous alchemist. How could he not know the value of elixirs? If this was the case, then he really regarded Shi Shanshan as one of his own. Thinking of this, Shi Shanshan's heart was also a little warm. This was the first time she had such a feeling for a man. Yang Chen didn't know that his casual words would make Shi Shanshan have such a big misunderstanding. His purpose was very simple. The blood essence of the howling celestial dog was a must. As for the other things, they were all part of this trip. It didn't matter if it was more or less. It was just some accidental discovery of 10,000 years elixirs. Yang Chen didn't put it in his eyes. Just the elixirs in Yang Chen's memory. There were more than a few places. There were not many here. It was really not worth being greedy because of this. However, in the eyes of Shi Shanshan, this performance was different. In the face of such a huge wealth, he was not tempted. This was the real cultivator who was not moved by external things. No wonder in just 30 years, Yang Chen's reputation rose. There was indeed a reason for it. At this moment, Shi Shanshan suddenly had a realization. She only felt that her state of mind had improved, and unconsciously entered the state of meditation. Yang Chen did not find the strangeness of Shi Shanshan. He knew the principle of the array, and at the same time, he also knew how to enter this array. He took Xiao Tian out of the medicine garden, took the flying sword in its mouth, and walked into the array with Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian kept barking because the flying sword he was holding was robbed. Yang Chen gently stroked it and smiled. I have something good for you. After eating this, use the advanced flying sword. Xiao Tian didn't know if he understood it or not, but looking at the blood essence of the howling celestial dog, his eyes were shining and his saliva flowed down. It seemed that he also discovered the peculiarity of the blood essence. The array was only 100 feet in radius, but Yang Chen walked back and forth for almost the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn before he reached the center. In order not to destroy the integrity of the formation and not to waste any bit of the blood essence inside, Yang Chen used the most complicated method. If an array cultivator saw Yang Chen's actions, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Several arrays were combined into one, and they were arranged by a master of the Desheng stage. The array that has been running for more than 10,000 years, he could easily walk in without destroying the array at all. This was enough to make those so-called masters who have studied arrays for a lifetime feel ashamed to death. Directly facing the suspended howling celestial dog's blood essence, without the obstruction of the array, Yang Chen discovered the power of this blood essence. The spiritual energy contained in it was overwhelming. Standing here, one would actually feel a sense of oppression. Such a powerful blood essence, if Xiao Tian were to take it all now, it was estimated that there would only be one result, that was, it would explode. However, this was not difficult for Yang Chen. He now used a bucket-sized jade stone and quickly carved it into a jade bottle with the flying sword. Then, referring to the preservation and suspension parts of this array, Yang Chen also engraved 2 arrays on the inner wall of the jade bottle, and then reached out and put all the blood essence into the jade bottle. It was said to be a jade bottle, but in fact, it should be called a jade bucket. A large group of blood essence was in the jade bottle. Just like in this array, it was suspended in the center and did not touch the 4 walls at all. He carefully used his spiritual power to take about a spoon of it and fed it to Xiao Tian, who had already drooled. Xiao Tian happily drank this blood essence, and then a red light flashed up and down his body. After a while, Xiao Tian couldn't support it and was drowsy. Yang Chen knew that this was the effect of the blood essence. He carefully put Xiao Tian back into the medicine garden, and then he followed the pace of the array and slowly walked out of the array. After coming out, Yang Chen saw that Shi Shanshan was already in that state, and it seemed that she had realized something. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. A genius was a genius. She could always comprehend in some places that ordinary people didn't pay attention to, but he didn't know what she understood this time. At the moment, he didn't do anything, but he was not far from Shi Shanshan to protect her. He felt strange in his heart. When did he start to not care about Shi Shanshan being by his side? But he was not afraid of her making a surprise attack at all. Although in the memory of his previous life, the Cold Plum Fairy was a person of her word, but he and Shi Shanshan didn't seem to have the kind of friendship that could be completely unguarded, right? However, even he couldn't say it clearly. How could he not guard against Shi Shanshan at all? Even after more than 2 months of meditation, he didn't think that there would be a Shi Shanshan who could attack him at any time. And the strange thing was that looking at the appearance of Shi Shanshan, she was in a state of meditation, and she was not afraid of him having any bad thoughts. This kind of trust was actually produced unconsciously. Yang Chen also felt strange. Didn't he want to draw a line with Shi Shanshan? How could such a thing happen? Yang Chen, who was puzzled, could only protect Shi Shanshan while observing the situation of Xiao Tian in the medicine garden. Xiao Tian had fallen into a deep sleep at this moment, but there was a trace of blood around his body, getting thicker and thicker, like a cocoon wrapping Xiao Tian in it. On Xiao Tian's body, a burst of spiritual power had begun to surge. Compared with the previous state, it was simply a complete change. The blood essence of this Xiao Tian dog is really a great supplement. Yang Chen's heart sincerely praised and guessed, perhaps, after you have taken all the blood essence, you can really stimulate your bloodline and become a real Yazi. That's right, this Xiao Tian that looked like a puppy had a trace of Yazi's bloodline. When Yang Chen accidentally discovered it, he couldn't believe his eyes at that time. However, the bloodline was not very prominent, but Xiao Tian had already shown a trace of the characteristics of Yazi. Its head was like a jackal, and its mouth was like a sharp blade. It was just that the spiritual power in its body was too light, making people easily mistake it as an ordinary puppy. Yazi, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, Yang Chen didn't think that he could meet it in the mortal world. Perhaps, after the Yazi bloodline of Xiao Tian was fully stimulated, Yang Chen could consider going to the Dragon Palace to collect other magic weapons. In the past, only 1 shuttle was taken out, and there were still many left. He just didn't know if the dragon chi in Yazi's body could let Yang Chen collect all the treasures of the entire Dragon Palace. If it could, it would be the real Immortal's Cave. Chapter 413. Yazi, the second son of the dragon body and the head of a jackal. The character is strong, brave and good at fighting, bloodthirsty and belligerent, always holding the sword in his mouth, glaring, engraved on the blade ring and the sword hilt to increase his own powerful power. Now Shao Tian has not fully stimulated the bloodline of Yazi. It looks like a jackal head. The body is simply a jackal body. Because it is too small, it is a puppy in the eyes of others. It is very normal not to be discovered. Yang Chen and Yazi are also inextricably linked, not to mention anything else. Just the ghost head knife he used on the execution ground, the so-called ghost head, is Yazi. Ordinary people think that by engraving Yazi on the blade ring and the sword hilt, they can increase the power of their own weapons. These are just legends, maybe it will work, but Yang Chen can be sure of one thing: when the real Yazi is attached to the weapon, it is really powerful. Weapon destroyer, evil destroyer, capable of cutting through all living things, and devouring weapon spirit. With these powerful attributes, even a feather duster could become a divine weapon that could shake the world. I don't know when his own flying sword is possessed by the mature Yazi, how miserable those who fight with Yang Chen will be. The bloodline of Shao Tian has been stimulated, and Yang Chen can already feel the killing intent. After thinking about it, Yang Chen directly put the bright ray sword beside Yazi. This is the sword that Yang Chen is most interested in his life. It may not be the strongest, but it needs Yang Chen to protect it with his life. Shi Shanshan was meditating and Shao Tian also slept for a month before waking up. After waking up, he immediately held the bright ray sword that Yang Chen put beside him and licked it. After licking for a while, it seems that someone is spying on it. He quickly ran to a hidden corner with the bright ray sword and continued to enjoy it, as if there is something delicious on this flying sword. Yang Chen knows that this is the instinct of Yazi. He likes weapons. At the same time of licking, it is not only enjoyment, but it will also greatly enhance the attributes of the weapon. Perhaps the current Yazi bloodline was not enough, but it was still easy to make the bright ray sword sharper. The celestial dog bloodline, which was the size of a human head, only fed Shao Tian a small spoon, but Yang Chen did not immediately feed it again. Spirit pets were the same as cultivators. Once they reached a certain realm, it was best to consolidate for a period of time. Otherwise, it was easy for them to break through to a higher realm too quickly and cause their foundation to be unstable. Shi Shanshan had been meditating for 2 months. Yang Chen looked after Shao Tian while quietly guarding her. Until one day after 2 months, Shi Shanshan suddenly opened her eyes. "Congratulations!" Looking at Shi Shanshan's gaze, Yang Chen knew that Shi Shanshan had comprehended something again, and her cultivation had improved again. "You've been guarding this place?" Shi Shanshan did not smile because of Yang Chen's congratulations, but she habitually maintained her cold temper and asked, "If I don't guard it, what if you are disturbed by something?" Yang Chen replied lazily, stood up and stretched a lot. Shi Shanshan did have some insights, which led to the improvement of her state of mind. Looking at Yang Chen's very comfortable stretching action, Shi Shanshan suddenly had an impulse to do the same posture that disregarded her image, but she was still restrained by her own consciousness and did not do anything rude. Her eyes swept across the valley and saw the intact medicinal materials. Shi Shanshan did not seem to be surprised at all. If it was a greedy villain, maybe he would have already swept it away, and she, who was meditating, would also take the opportunity to kill her. Thinking of this, Shi Shanshan was suddenly surprised. How could she be so unguarded against Yang Chen? One had to know that when she was meditating and comprehending, a slight interruption would lead to chi deviation, and a serious injury could lead to death. She could not easily experiment unless she was in an absolutely safe place. How could she be so reckless? After thinking about it, the conclusion she came to was the same as Yang Chen's. Unknowingly, she actually had a sense of trust in Yang Chen. Could it be because she agreed to be his Tao companion, and this was a natural feeling? Sure Shanshan could not explain it clearly, but she knew that she had already comprehended twice when she met Yang Chun. The first time was when Yang Chun had not yet started cultivating, and he said those words on the execution ground. This time, it was because Yang Chun did not care about those precious medicinal materials. Although she did not have a deep understanding of Yang Chun, now Sure Shanshan felt that it was not a bad thing to do dual cultivation with Yang Chun. Have you chosen these medicinal materials? Yang Chun stretched and felt much more comfortable. He pointed to the large pile of precious spiritual herbs in the valley. Sure Shanshan looked around and then looked at Yang Chun. Suddenly, she asked, "Do you want me to take some? Half is the rule when we meet." Yang Chun smiled and asked casually, "Why haven't you chosen? Do you want me to give you some advice?" "Okay." Sure Shanshan followed Yang Chun's words and nodded. She was quite surprised in her heart. "Then let's start from here." Yang Chun really wanted to introduce some good things to Sure Shanshan. Since he had already agreed to share half, why not do it nicely? This is more vulgar, but it is also the most pleasing. Yang Chun pointed to a 6th-grade leaf and said, "Ginseng, 10,000 years old, no refining process is needed, it is directly consumed, and it is possible for a Yuanying stage master to become a Deshang stage master. This is a 9-leaf mysterious ginseng." Yang Chun pointed to another plant and said, "As long as it is more than 10,000 years old, it is basically the best of the best. The medicinal pill refined can at least have the effect of a 3rd grade. A series of introductions were quickly said in Yang Chun's mouth, without the slightest hesitation. One by one, Sure Shanshan, who was listening, almost smiled bitterly. These things that Yang Chun introduced were, of course, true. Sure Shanshan was not a person who didn't know anything. But what she couldn't figure out was that Yang Chun actually really said the relatively more valuable part of these rare medicinal materials, and the rest were some ordinary goods. Was this Yang Chun's kindness? Yang Chun, who was showing off one by one, was unaware of what his actions had caused Sure Shanshan to think. Anyway, after he had the blood essence of the howling celestial dog, these things were no longer in his eyes. What could be more precious than a Yazi spirit pet? Others didn't know, but how could Yang Chun not be clear about it? When the immortal beheading saber was added with a complete 10 sword souls, driven by the great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art, and there was also a Yazi attached to it, not to mention the mortal world, even if the spiritual world and the immortal world were all added up, was there still an existence that the immortal beheading saber couldn't cut? Compared with Yazi, these 10,000 years elixirs, even if he gave 10 times more, Yang Chun would not feel distressed. Chapter 4:14. Yang Chun's performance was very casual, but Sure Shanshan was not so relaxed. Although she has realized from Yang Chun that some of the state of mind was not moved by external things, but when Yang Chun was so generous to her, she was still a little surprised. Sure Shanshan was very contradictory. So many 10,000 years spirit medicines, if she brought them back, whether it was for herself or for the Green Jade Immortal Island, it would be a huge wealth. But the problem was that such a wealth was likely to make some elders in the sect with ulterior motives have other ideas, such as Elder Li Junyu, the predecessor of Li Qingchen. At that time, they would definitely have a dispute. Yang Chun went out with her and got so many 10,000 years spirit medicines, the two sides would share it equally? Why? Sure Shanshan was in the Jedan stage, and she would definitely contribute the most, and Yang Chun was a younger generation junior in the foundation stage. It must be because of others, and he would follow Sure Shanshan. Subsequently, the Green Jade Immortal Island and Chunyang Palace would have a series of entanglement. This was not Sure Shanshan's baseless assumption, but there were precedents to follow. It was not the first time that several big sects had done this kind of thing. There would definitely be a dispute. Maybe there would be a fight between the two sides. The two sects that were originally harmonious would become enemies. This kind of situation was what Sure Shanshan was never willing to see. It was not that Sher Shanshan did not consider the sect, but sometimes if the benefits were too great, it would cause imbalance. The so-called raising a little bit of rice is a bit like this. Only Sher Shanshan herself knew that getting these things actually had little to do with her, but Yang Chun had planned it for a long time. Looking for her to go out was only because of the request of the elders of the two sides. What was more gratifying was that in this process, the two sides had a tacit understanding and trust. If something like what Sher Shanshan imagined happened, Sher Shanshan simply didn't know how to face Yang Chen's trust, especially when she didn't make much effort to get the benefits. After thinking about it, Sher Shanshan felt that she shouldn't share these, but after asking several times, Yang Chun seemed to have made up his mind to share them with her. Seeing that Yang Chen was still explaining, Sher Shanshan took a long breath and made a decision. Yang Chen, I don't have anything like a medicine garden in my hands, you should put it away first. After saying these words to Yang Chen, Sher Shanshan felt a lot of balance in her heart. It's too much of a waste to take it away like this. When I need it, I will ask you for it. Yang Chen's eyes widened. What did this mean? He wants me to keep it? How could Yang Chen not know Sher Shanshan's intention? He teased. Aren't you afraid that I'll get greedy at the sight of money and take it all for myself? You didn't care if I would swallow it when you were studying the formation, didn't you? Sher Shanshan finally smiled, looking at Yang Chen's eyes. It seemed that there was a hint of provocation. To be honest, I don't understand. Yang Chen shook his head. Of course, he could put these things into the medicine garden. However, this kind of good thing, Yang Chen didn't think that Sher Shanshan, the core disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island, would give up so easily. Didn't she consider the needs of the Green Jade Immortal Island? There are many people on the island who don't think highly of you. Sher Shanshan didn't hide it and told him the reason directly. If these things appear on the island, many people will target you and Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen was happy for a while, but he didn't think so much. When Sher Shanshan reminded him, Yang Chen also immediately realized the problem. In his previous life, a 10,000 years old vermilion fruit could make the young sect master of Taishaman tempted. In this valley, how could there be more than a 10,000 years old elixir? After thinking about this, Yang Chen looked at Sher Shanshan with a different gaze. He was ecstatic because he got the blood essence of the celestial hound and stimulated the Yazi bloodline. Fortunately, there was Sher Shanshan to remind him. He was a little happy. This cold beauty did not fail to live up to his trust, and she also took the initiative to propose such a method. But Yang Chen had a headache. If this goes on, how should he refuse Sher Shanshan? However, what Sher Shanshan said was also a way, and it was the best way to maximize the efficacy of these elixirs. The premise was that both sides had enough trust in each other. Now, Sher Shanshan had trusted Yang Chen. As a man, if Yang Chen was unreasonable, it would be too unreasonable. At the moment, Yang Chen also nodded directly. Okay, then let's do it together. You dig up the roots and I will transplant them. This work was not easy. It would be a pity to damage the elixirs of more than 10,000 years old no matter where they were. Under Yang Chen's suggestion, Sher Shanshan carefully used a wooden sword made from the trunk of a big tree to dig up the roots of those elixirs and handed them to Yang Chen for Yang Chen to transplant. Sometimes, several elixirs grew together, and they were not separated. A large piece of land was dug up and sent to the medicine garden together. It was much easier for Yang Chen to transplant. The environment in the medicine garden was better than the outside, and the spiritual power was abundant. With the fifth earth layer as the foundation, these 10,000 years old elixirs easily took root in the medicine garden. The two cooperated to sweep all the elixirs in this valley, and it took a full 2 months. Counting the time, Yang Chen and Sher Shanshan had been out for a whole year. Where are we going next? Sher Shanshan had gained a lot from this trip. She improved her realm and got so many elixirs, so she did not reject traveling with Yang Chen at all. After doing this, Yang Chen had no meaning in Ming-Chi Mountain, so Shi Shanshan asked Yang Chen's arrangement. I originally wanted to go to the sea to have a look, but now that I have this batch of elixirs, I guess I have to go back and refine a batch of elixirs. Yang Chen did not hide it. He was very conflicted now. Of course, he did not want to have more contact with Shi Shanshan, so he could only use the excuse of refining elixirs. All right. Shi Shanshan did not mean to be entangled, and nodded. It just so happens that I have some enlightenment. I will go back and consolidate my realm. There was a beginning and an end. Of course, Yang Chen had to send Shi Shanshan back to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Shi Shanshan did not refuse. She tasted the tea refined by Yang Chen on the shuttle several times. Later, she asked for a batch as a reserve, and then she sent Yang Chen out of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Returning to the mountain alone, Yang Chen began to think about what to do when he went back this time. Alchemy was just a reason to perfunctory Shi Shanshan. However, if there was a batch of 10,000 years old elixirs, it seemed to be a good choice. His master ancestor was now facing the bottleneck of the peak Yuanying stage. With these elixirs, he might really be able to cross the bottleneck and enter the Deshang stage. Of course, these still needed to be considered. Yang Chen just completed the instructions of the head of the palace and went back to meet his master. Chapter 4:15. This trip to Ming-Chi Mountain, the harvest was huge. Except for the fact that there were so many elixirs in the hidden valley, everything else was in the hands of Yang Chen. The only thing that gave Yang Chen a headache was that he still couldn't make it clear to Shi Shanshan this time. This would be another trouble in the future. However, the valley where the howling celestial dog hid its blood essence also gave Yang Chen a hint. The owner of the Xiangyang Mountain Medicine Garden, who also ascended to the immortal world, was the owner of Yang Chen's medicine garden. He must have ascended from the mortal world to the spiritual world and then to the immortal world for at least 3,000 or 4,000 years. This was still the case where he had excellent talent and there was no delay along the way, so he could use such a short time. If calculated according to this time, then the age of the medicinal materials in the medicine garden was not right. The medicinal materials that Yang Chen saw were at most more than 1,000 years old. Could it be that the medicine garden had been looted once 1,000 years ago, but it was replanted? But this didn't make sense. The only explanation was that in the medicine garden, there were secrets that Yang Chen had not discovered. Perhaps his cultivation was not enough, perhaps the opportunity had not arrived. Anyway, the predecessor only said the way to enter the medicine garden at that time. As for the things inside, it was estimated that Yang Chen had to explore it himself. Along the way, he thought about how to deal with Shi Shanshan's affairs. When he returned to Chunyang Palace, without saying a word, he went to see his master first. Yang Chen went out for a year, and knowing that Yang Chen was with Fairy Shi of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Gao Yu's mood was not very good, and even her cultivation was not very enthusiastic. Suddenly seeing Yang Chen, she smiled like a flower, as if all her troubles no longer existed. Of course, Yang Chen would report this trip to Ming-Chi Mountain to his master one by one, including the blood essence of the howling celestial dog, the 10,000 years elixir, and so on. Except for the origin of the howling celestial dog, everything else was revealed. For Gao Yu, Yang Chen trusted her unconditionally. Gao Yu couldn't help but be surprised when she heard that there was such a huge harvest, and that Shi Shanshan even considered the possibility of getting into trouble because of her wealth, and gave all the elixirs to Yang Chen for safekeeping. What was going on? Did she really treat Yang Chen as her husband, so she trusted him unconditionally? Gao Yu didn't know what Shi Shanshan was thinking, but Shi Shanshan trusted Yang Chen, so Gao Yu couldn't say anything. Of course, obtaining a lot of elixirs was indeed something to be happy about, and Yang Chen's safe return was more important than anything else. Gao Yu only told Yang Chen to handle it well, and didn't say anything else. In the end, Gao Yu told Yang Chen a piece of news that surprised Yang Chen. The genius disciple of Blue Cloud sect, Sun Qingxue, had already been in Chunyang Palace to see Yang Chen for many days. Yang Chen had not come back. Sun Qingxue actually stayed in the guest house of Chunyang Palace and waited. Gao Yu didn't know what the relationship between Yang Chen and Sun Qingxue was. She just told him the news and asked him to see Sun Qingxue. Speaking of Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen's eyes immediately flashed the image of the timid little girl on the execution ground. With the help of Yang Chen, the dancing snow fairy of the later generations not only did not suffer from the catastrophe of the evil cultivation, but also directly worshipped Elder Hua wanting to cultivate. Presumably, she had now succeeded in the Zhuji phase? Before Yang Chen got acquainted with Sun Qingxue, it was purely a coincidence. Later, he helped her, but also with a certain utilitarian heart. Anyway, it was much better to make friends with the dancing snow fairy than to offend her. As for more, Yang Chen didn't ask for much. He was just wondering why Sun Qingxue came to him. Soon, Yang Chen saw Sun Qingxue in the guest house. Sun Qingxue in a cyan dress, even though she had been here for so many years, still had the appearance of a pure little girl. Seeing Yang Chen, Sun Qingxue's face instantly bloomed with a smile, and sweetly called out to Yang Chen, "Brother Yang, you are back. Why are you here?" They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Yang Chen was still very happy to see this little sister. "I built the foundation, Master let me come out to gain experience." Sun Qingxue gracefully turned a circle in front of Yang Chen, showing her youthful figure, then blinked her big eyes and asked, "Brother Yang, am I beautiful?" "Very beautiful," Yang Chen replied solemnly. He had already seen that Sun Qingxue had already built the foundation, and her pure wood attribute spiritual power was full of the aura of Penglai divine wood. It must have been the Zhuji pill left by Yang Chen at that time that worked. "Then don't be a Taoist companion with Sister Shi, okay?" In Sun Qingxue's eyes, there was a light that was very inconsistent with her temperament, and Yang Chen was stunned. "What did you say?" Yang Chen couldn't believe that this sentence was said by Sun Qingxue as soon as they met, and couldn't help but ask again in surprise. "I will be your Taoist companion. You don't want to be Sister Shi's Taoist companion, okay?" This time, Sun Qingxue said it more clearly and thoroughly. After saying it, she felt a little shy. Her little face was blushing as she sat there, pinching the corner of her clothes, and no longer dared to look up at Yang Chen. Sun Qingxue must have a good impression of Yang Chen, there was no need to ask this. When Yang Chen left the Blue Cloud sect, Sun Qingxue immediately followed Hua wanting to cultivate in seclusion, abolishing all her previous cultivation and starting from scratch. Sun Qingxue, who had the full value of the wood spirit root, was really worthy of being a cultivation genius. In less than 10 years, she had already succeeded in building the foundation. And it was still without the use of Yang Chen's Zhuji pill. Later, under the guidance of Hua Wanting, after building the foundation, she took the third-grade Zhuji pill of Yang Chen, and completely converted the first wood spirit power into the spirit power of the Penglai divine wood. After serving Hua Wanting, it was already 20 years later. Then Sun Qingxue heard that Shi Shanshan was going to keep her chastity for Yang Chen, and the Green Jade Immortal Island also supported Yang Chen to be a Taoist companion of Shi Shanshan. In the heart of the little person, although she has always regarded Yang Chen as a big brother, but when she heard this news, she still felt uncomfortable. After several years of continuous cultivation, there was not much progress because of her mood problems. Elder Hua Wanting also seemed to understand the knot in her apprentice's heart, so she simply let her come out to experience. No one thought that Sun Qingxue went straight to Chunyang Palace. After hearing that Yang Chen was traveling with Shi Shanshan, she waited here for Yang Chen for a year. When they met, she asked this question. Yang Chen's eyes were almost the size of a copper bell, looking at the little person not far away. He was speechless for a long time. What was wrong with him? The Cold Plum Fairy wanted to be his own Taoist companion, and now even the Dancing Snow Fairy wanted to come? And he wanted to compete with the Cold Plum Fairy? The troubles of Shi Shanshan had not yet been rid of. How did a Sun Qingxue suddenly appear? Sister Shi is a metal spirit root full value, I know. Sun Qingxue saw that Yang Chen was stunned and did not answer. She raised her head and said, I am a wood spirit root full value. Wood makes fire. Double cultivation is more suitable than Sister Shi, right? You are a fire attribute. Fire restrains metal. You are mutually restrained. Chapter 4:16. This. Yang Chen didn't know how to answer Sun Qingxue. He could only respond with hesitation. This is a bit sudden. Let me think about it. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Does Elder Hua know about this? Master knows. Sun Qingxue replied quickly with a natural look. Yang Chen thought that Sun Qingxue did it behind Hua Wanting and Blue Cloud sect, so that he had an excuse, but he didn't expect that Elder Hua Wanting actually knew about it. Elder Hua knows? Yang Chen's eyes widened again. What is going on? Elder Hua knows, and even the sovereign knows. Sun Qingxue said happily. She was happiest about this. Her master supported her, and even the sovereign supported her. They all said that they should fight for their own fate, so I came. Sun Qingxue Yang Chen didn't know what kind of expression he had now, but it was certain that it was not so good-looking. But Sun Qingxue was looking at him so eagerly, Yang Chen had to give a delayed answer. You let me think about it. Yang Chen squeezed out a smile. I have to think about it. And I'll wait for you. Sun Qingxue was not unhappy. She agreed happily, and then went forward to pull Yang Chen's arm. She said in a pleading tone, Brother Yang, I haven't had a good look at Meiqing Mountain. Can you accompany me? Could Yang Chen say no? As the host, it was normal for him to bring his guests around his own territory. However, compared to Sun Qingxue's cheerful expression, Yang Chen was obviously out of it. On the other hand, Sun Qingxue was in high spirits, as if she was interested in everything. She looked at everything with great interest. Together with Yang Chen, they rode their swords and flew to the market square of the Thousand Autumn Pavilion to look at some small things before following Yang Chen back to the Fierce Sun courtyard. After settling Sun Qingxue down, Yang Chen came to Gao Yu's residence again with a sad face. He simply repeated Sun Qingxue's words and sighed. What's going on? In his previous life, when Yang Chen was in the mortal world, he was hunted for most of his life, so he didn't have time to care about these things. Whether it was the cold plum fairy or the dancing snow fairy, when had Yang Chen ever hoped to get the favor of the two fairies? There were so many outstanding cultivators out there, so how could these two take a fancy to a single one? In this life, he didn't expect that he would have a relationship with them. Two great beauties, what are you not happy about? He didn't know what Gao Yu was thinking, but at this moment she began to tease Yang Chen. I'm going to see the head of the palace. Yang Chen couldn't get a solution from Gao Yu, so he could only leave dejectedly, hoping to get some guidance from the head of the palace. This is a good thing. When the head of the palace heard that Yang Chen asked to see him, he immediately let him in. After listening to Yang Chen's narration, he couldn't help but laugh. Two flower-like cultivation geniuses want to be your Tao companion. It shows that my Chunyang Palace's disciples are excellent. How about accepting both of them? Anyway, you have more than one kind of spiritual power. Yang Chen was a spiritual power cultivator. The head of the palace was clear, so he would say this. But after Yang Chen listened, he became more and more depressed. How could even the head of the palace be so unreliable? The Green Jade, Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, the high-level people actually support their disciples to be your Tao companion. The head of the palace stroked his beard and said, Could it be that they are interested in your potential? Before Yang Chen came, he had already considered this problem. From the perspective of the high-level people of the Green Jade, Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, they would never easily allow the genius disciples of their own sects to be the Tao companion of others. The only explanation was that Yang Chen had recently refined the medicinal pills for the Black Tiger predecessor. Of course, these big sect would not accept ordinary cultivators, but a genius alchemist master was another matter, especially when this alchemist master had begun to refine the medicinal pills used by the masters of the Deshang stage when he was in the foundation stage. This was easier to understand. The sect considered nothing else but the interests of the sect. However, the attitude of the two women themselves towards Yang Chen made Yang Chen have a headache. Sure, Shanshan was guilty because she used him, and she felt that he would die in the life and death challenge, so she said something to keep his chastity. Unexpectedly, Yang Chen won, so Sure Shanshan unilaterally announced that she had become Yang Chen's Tao companion. Of course, there was the intention of solving the trouble with Yang Chen, but after the subsequent contact, Yang Chen also found that Sure Shanshan herself did not resist him. As for Sun Qingxue, she was more simple. Yang Chen saved her twice and found her a master of the Deshang stage. Gratitude plus that kind of blind trust, there was also the mind of a young girl. Sun Qingxue really liked Yang Chen, so she wanted to be Yang Chen's Tao companion. It was just that in Yang Chen's heart, it had always been occupied by his master. For the appreciation of the two fairies, he was somewhat unprepared, especially Sun Qingxue. Sure Shanshan had not yet been solved, and Sun Qingxue jumped out. Headache. This is a good thing that others can't ask for. The big advantage has been taken by you, and you still refuse. Seeing Yang Chen's frown, the head of the palace could not help but snort coldly. If you let the admirers of the two of them know, it would be a problem for you to go out of Meiqing Mountain in the future. Palace Master, what should this disciple do? Yang Chen did not have the experience of dealing with this kind of thing, and the memory of his previous 10,000 years could not help him a little bit. Even if his murderous intent was enough, it was impossible to kill Fairy Sure and Sun Qingxue, right? There was no way. He could only turn to the head of the palace for help. Since the Blue Cloud sect has also come forward, it can be dragged on. The head of the palace knew that Yang Chen was in a dilemma, and could only give him such a way. In the end, you still have to solve it yourself, and no one else can help you. But, after saying these two words, the head of the palace sighed, if you must refuse, maybe you will offend the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect at the same time. If you never mention the matter of a double cultivation companion again in the future, otherwise, if you find anyone to be a Tao companion, you must be prepared to be strangled by the two major sect at the same time. The face of a big sect was refuted, and sometimes there was only one way to recover it. This point Yang Chen was clearer than the head of the palace. However, even though Yang Chen did not blink when it came to killing people, he could not do this kind of thing. He could only nod in annoyance. If it really couldn't be done, he could only drag it on and wait until later. As for how long it would be delayed, Yang Chen himself could not say it clearly. Who could know that the magical disciple of the Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen, had such happy troubles? Chapter 4:17. It seemed that Sun Qingxue's visit this time was to express this intention to Yang Chen. It was estimated that Sun Qingxue also felt guilty because she had to fight with Fairy Sure for a Tao companion. After waiting for Yang Chen, although she did not get a positive answer from Yang Chen, she was also very happy to return to the sect, saying that she was going back to concentrate on cultivation. After sending away Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen simply had a headache. After thinking about it, he decided not to go out for the time being. It was better to stay in the fierce sun courtyard and cultivate well. Senior apprentice Sister Gong Sunling also came out for a period of time, so Yang Chen went to visit her. He was still laughed at by Gong Sunling that he was too lucky. Fortunately, Gong Sunling did not say much. She just asked him to recommend a few secret methods that she could use next, and she began to study them again. On the side of Du Qian and Wang Yuan, Yang Chen also visited them one by one, and everyone expressed their opinions. He gave tips on their cultivation problems, and by the way, he also offered elixirs. Several senior apprentice brothers were very grateful. The head of the palace did not seem to be worried about the troubles of Yang Chen. Looking at his meaning, there was a vague plan. Yang Chen did not dare to talk about this with the head of the palace. Wang Yong was refining the life source flying sword with the Qilin horn and had not yet come out. For a while, Yang Chen could not find a good helper. After greeting his master, Yang Chen once again closed himself in the room and began to cultivate. The seventh metal true essence obtained from the hands of Dao Ba should also come in handy. Because he had just improved his cultivation base, he needed to consolidate the realm. Now Yang Chen also went out to experience alchemy and felt that it was almost the same. He simply improved the seventh metal spirit power. Xiao Tian also cultivated for a period of time. Before Yang Chen went into retreat, he fed it 2 spoonfuls of the blood essence of the celestial dog, which was twice as much as the last time. Soon Xiao Tian was surrounded by the blood cocoon again, and began to fall asleep again. However, the color of the blood cocoon this time was darker than before. It seemed to have changed due to the purer bloodline. Looking at the changes in Xiao Tian, Yang Chen's mood was much better. He finally remembered that he would eventually have to face many powerful enemies. He couldn't help but feel anxious and quickly entered a state of cultivation. The seventh metal true secret art had already been in his hands. Now that he had the seventh metal true essence, cultivation was no longer difficult. The jade bottle given by Knife Scar was taken out by Yang Chen. The talisman on it was carefully peeled off, and a trace of seventh metal true essence exuded from the mouth of the bottle. Holding his breath, Yang Chen inhaled this breath from his nostrils and began to operate according to the seventh metal true secret art. The whole person suddenly fell into a quiet state. The seventh metal spirit power began to slowly change as a trace of seventh metal true essence infiltrated it. This most original seventh metal aura quickly assimilated the surrounding spiritual power, compressed and condensed. In just a short period of less than 5 months, the seventh metal spirit power of Yang Chen's whole body was converted into seventh metal true essence. However, after the conversion, the seventh metal spirit power was almost reduced by 90%. The quality of the previous seventh metal spirit power and seventh metal true essence was simply incomparable. In order to balance, other spiritual powers were also quickly converted and supplemented. Coupled with the seventh metal true essence from the jade bottle, the seventh metal spirit power in Yang Chen's body grew rapidly. The seventh metal true essence in the jade bottle was quickly exhausted. Fortunately, the amount collected by Knife Scar was enough to complete the conversion of Yang Chen's spiritual power. Next was the crazy supplement of the spiritual power of the earth vein, and then it was absorbed and transformed, slowly restoring the original seventh metal spirit power of Yang Chen. The improvement of the quality of the spiritual power brought about a slow conversion and replenishment speed. During the period of replenishment, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness finally changed again. In the middle of the fifth earth layer, there was a large piece of golden debris, evenly distributed in the fifth earth layer. Those so-called debris were the seventh metal. This distribution just matched the pattern of the 5 elements of the earth giving birth to the metal. As soon as this change occurred, the spiritual power in Yang Chen's body also began to change wildly. The fifth earth true essence had been cultivated for many days, and now it began to frantically improve the seventh metal spirit power. The scope of the sea of consciousness began to expand again. It was originally only the size of 100 acres, but this time it expanded to 150 acres. His spiritual awareness soared sharply, directly breaking through the peak of the early Yuanying stage and entering the middle Yuanying stage. At this point, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was released. It could be said that the entire fierce sun courtyard within a 10-mile radius, there was nothing that could hide from Yang Chen. Even the body of the old tree demon had always been hidden, but under the exploration of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness, there was no place to hide. Under the pattern of the earth giving birth to the metal, the seventh metal spirit power soared sharply. The fifth earth true secret art plus the seventh metal true secret art, the fifth earth true essence plus the seventh metal true essence. In just 1 month, the seventh metal spirit power directly broke through the fourth level of the foundation stage, the fifth level of the foundation stage, and stopped growing until the sixth level of the foundation stage. It became second only to the fourth fire spirit power in the seventh level of the foundation stage. This was a situation that Yang Chun had not encountered even if he had cultivated the fifth earth true secret art. It seemed that even if the 5 elements were mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining, it also needed equal spiritual power to be able to exert its greatest power. The great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art has been completed by 2 kinds, and there were still 8 kinds of spiritual power left. However, these 2 kinds of spiritual power have burst out of Yang Chen's energy. Yang Chun has now begun to look forward to how powerful the great Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art will be after completion. Suddenly feeling the cultivation base bursting, Yang Chun suddenly regretted it. If there was a flying sword of the 7th metal attribute at this moment, or a flying sword of the 5th earth attribute, refining it with the most original 7th metal true essence and 5th earth true essence, how comfortable would it be? Unfortunately, the flying sword selected by Yang Chun for the 2 sword souls, a bright ray sword was the 3rd fire, and a blood phantom vine sword was the 2nd wood. Although there was also a Penglai divine wood that had been booked for the 1st wood flying sword, there was no 7th metal and 5th earth attribute. Not only that, there was not even a magic weapon of the metal and earth attributes on the table, which made Yang Chun a little itchy but unable to vent. Wait, Yang Chun suddenly thought of something. It seemed to be of the metal attribute. The bottle cap of the Pure Bottle Medicine Garden, the dome sword array, was of the metal attribute. It could be used to try it. In the dome hall, Wan Qian and her apprentices were still cultivating without sleep. For more than 10 years of alchemy, Yang Chun did not take care of them. Fortunately, the medicine garden has been full of spiritual power recently, so there was no need to worry about accidents. Even so, Yang Chun felt that something was wrong. He carefully moved them into the medicine garden, and then each of the 5 Jedon stage masters took a profound yang fruit on time. As for the Jedon stage master Wan Qian, now that there are so many 10,000 years spirit medicines in the medicine garden, some 1,000 years medicinal materials are not so important. The 1,000-year ginseng was also taken every other month. Chapter 4:18. Yang Chun tried many methods, but the active consciousness of Wan Qian and her apprentices has been completely destroyed by Yang Chen's bloody river. Although they have memories and can do things according to Yang Chen's instructions, they will not take the initiative to do it. Just like so many years of sleepless practice, just because of Yang Chen's instructions, so they spared no effort to cultivate. For such a long time, their cultivation base has actually grown. It seems to be more effective than when they were conscious. However, for the situation of Wan Qian and her apprentices, Yang Chun did not have the slightest sympathy and soft-hearted. They don't know how many people's lives have been destroyed by that memory search, and they only have themselves to blame for this end. In the soaring dome hall, there was nothing else except for the 49 flying swords hanging high in the dome that were still hovering. Yang Chun held the bottle cap in his hand, first prepared a large number of profound yang fruits, and then placed the black jade praying mat on the spiritual vein. After all the preparations were done, he began to explore the bottle cap with his mind. Yang Chun couldn't help but be cautious. The refining of the medicine garden at the time took a lot of effort. This time there were 49 advanced flying swords in the bottle cap. Although Yang Chen's cultivation base has been greatly improved, and his spiritual awareness has soared to the middle Yuanying stage, but he still had to be careful. The spiritual awareness imprint was already in the bottle cap. Yang Chun easily immersed his own spiritual awareness into the dome cap. After exploring it, the enlarged dome hall appeared out of thin air in his sea of consciousness. It must be said that the people in the medicinal refining garden were masters. Although the materials used were still somewhat lacking, the refining technique was very proficient and the whole structure was perfect. What Yang Chen needed to do was to refine it with the Heavenly Spirit Treasure refining secret art. The last time the bottle was only refined with the first layer of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure refining secret art. He didn't know if the dome could have a higher level of refining. The seventh metal spirit power began to slowly enter the dome according to the requirements of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure refining secret art, refining the dome hall. He didn't know if it was because of the improvement in his cultivation base, or perhaps it was because of the great increase in his spiritual awareness. This time, the refining of the first layer of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure refining secret art was not too difficult. In just half a month, Yang Chen completed the refining of the first layer. Striking while the iron was hot, Yang Chen felt that he still had some energy left, so he immediately began to refine the second layer. At the second level, the difficulty increased. The grade of the medicine garden itself was very high. It was simply used by a Yuanying stage master. With the strength of Yang Chen's foundation stage, the difficulty of refining it was really a bit high. However, with the support of sufficient and continuous spiritual power, coupled with Yang Chen's technique becoming more and more skillful, after spending 3 difficult months, Yang Chen finally completed the second refining of the Heavenly Spirit Treasure refining secret art. The spiritual power of the seventh metal true essence had penetrated deep into the dome. The original golden hall, from the inside to the outside, had some dark golden stars, and the spiritual power seemed to be more pure. The sword formation composed of 49 flying sword. Yang Chen has not yet been able to refine it, but the changes in the hall are enough to make Yang Chen happy. The structure was more stable, the spiritual power was more pure, and the protective ability could be seen with the naked eye. Since the Heavenly Spirit Treasure refining secret art could already be refined to the second layer, Yang Chen simply worked again, and the first layer of the Earth Fiend sacrificial formation secret art was refined again. This time, the effect was more obvious, and the first layer of the Earth Fiend array had been vaguely arranged by those dark golden stars. If someone attacked again, the defense was all made of the seventh metal true essence, which was a bit more fierce. After completion, Yang Chen habitually used the Heaven and Earth Treasure raising secret art to maintain it once. When he looked at the dome cap again, it had changed its appearance. The cap was not very eye-catching. After he refined it, the color was more heterogeneous, and it was a lot darker. But the dark golden light that would occasionally flash for a long time made the whole cap look mysterious. Looking at the dome that had been refined by himself, and not just marked with the spiritual awareness, Yang Chen suddenly looked forward to it. If someone could rush in and try the power, how good it would be. Unfortunately, if he could be attacked in the fierce sun courtyard, it would simply be a joke. The dome hall has completed the refining of the Heavenly Spirit's second layer and the Earth Fiend first layer. Yang Chen simply took out the medicine garden and began to refine the Heavenly Spirit's second layer and the Earth Fiend first layer. This time, Yang Chen used the spirit power of the fifth earth. The fifth earth layer in the medicine garden was deeper. This most original soil was simply the best foundation for the cultivation of all the elixirs. Just this sacrificial refining made all the medicinal herbs in it increase their age by dozens of years. Those newly transplanted elixirs were extremely firmly rooted, and there was no risk of death due to carelessness in the transplanting process. After doing all this, pinching his fingers, it was already more than 7 months. This retreat, together with the cultivation of the seventh metal true secret art plus the medicine refining garden and the dome, it took more than a year. Xiao Tian slept for a longer time this time, but after waking up, the shape had changed slightly. The body was a lot longer, but it was only a little longer. It had not become a dragon body. Presumably it had not fully stimulated the blood of Yazi. Sure enough, as Yang Chen expected, Xiao Tian held the bright ray sword and licked it, and there had been significant changes. The most obvious point was that the blade seemed to have a layer of virtual edge, which was sharper than before. This was not the kind of sharpness of the seventh metal attribute, but the pure blood of Yazi to the flying sword. Of course, Yang Chen would not favor one and discriminate against the other. The Blood Phantom Vine's second wood flying sword was also placed beside Yazi. Obviously, the second wood flying sword was more advanced than the Bright Ray sword. Xiao Tian hugged it and never looked at the Bright Ray sword again. It seemed that when he needed Xiao Tian to strengthen the sword in the future, he could only put away the more advanced flying sword. After such a long retreat, Yang Chen was also a little bored. He simply called his master and went to the surrounding market to stroll around, while relaxing, and to see what he would gain. Of course, the most important thing was to see how the shop of Shangguan Feng was doing. In the Qianxiu pavilion, Gao Yu did not accompany him. Yang Chen walked all the way alone very comfortably, and he did not even have the interest of flying with the sword. However, outside the gate of the Chunyang Palace, when he arrived at the market of the Qianxiu pavilion, Yang Chen seemed to notice that the atmosphere was a little different. It seemed that someone was deliberately observing everyone in the market. And it was not one person, but a large number of people, at least 20 or 30. These people seemed to be rogue cultivators, but their cultivation base was not weak. The worst one was also in the middle stage of the foundation stage. Of course, it was not high, that is, the peak of the foundation stage. There was not even a master of the Jedon stage. They were scattered everywhere, some set up stalls, some bought things, but their eyes were always staring around.